Oh, alright, time to get started, man. Make a phone, I guess. Up, up. Already starting to log out. That's always a great way to get things started. Definitely is more is on or whatever. There's a wolf dude here. Back in different wolf dude here. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, Topher, what's going on, man? Alright, so I'm gonna say this a few times throughout the stream because I'm gonna talk to everybody. But I'm gonna tell you first so you can make fun of me, you and Dig. Um, I might have said no in the past, but I'm at a point right now where I think when Blue Protocol comes out, I'm gonna play it. So don't blacklist me for it. It's definitely gonna have like a gotcha system in it. It's definitely gonna be somewhat pay to win, if not really pay to win. But I'm bored. I just want something to play. Yeah, so there's one coming out sometime at the end of the year, I think. What's it called? It's on Steam. Free to play. Not out yet. It's this one. Star Resonance. I remember hearing about this Blue Protocol years ago. But I thought it was a different one. I don't think it was called Star Resonance. And I thought it was I didn't know much about it. I just know I looked at it and said, yay, playing that. But this one actually looks pretty solid from a couple of videos I watched. So I'm definitely interested in giving it a shot after watching the reviews on it. Yeah, like I said, I watched so somebody did a review on it. I don't know, it just randomly popped into my feed the other day. Uh, and it was basically a guy giving his pros and cons on like if you should play it or not based off of his, experiences in the game. And he played it kind of like I would have played it, where there is a gotcha system and stuff in it, and he intentionally refused to use even the free to play gotcha systems to quote unquote proof of concept that you can play the game without the gotcha system and complete all the content in the game. Like, not saying that people won't refuse to invite you to a party because you're missing like a best in slot item or something, because that's just the community being dog shit. But he proved that you can literally play all the hardest content in the game without using any of the gotcha systems. So I kind of liked that playthrough that he did on the last. I guess there was like a 3 month beta that he was a part of. He did this on. But anyway, like I said, it basically like he showed everything you could do, and it was kind of memey in a way, where he was like, "There's so much to do in this game. There's this, there's this, there's that. There's even fishing." It just made me laugh. He's like, what MMO wouldn't be complete without fishing? So much fishing, fishing, fishing." It was kind of comical. So like I said, it don't write me off for it, but at the end of the day, like it's just something to play. You know what I mean? Like I'm bored. It's another MMO. It's just, something to do, something to pass time, something to, push us to the next game, or maybe we find something we really enjoy from it. I don't know, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Genshin Impact. I think I heard one thing about Genshin that someone was spent like weeks fishing or something to get a specific like cosmetic fish or something. It was called like a swordfish, and it was literally a sword in the shape of a fish or some shit. I don't know. I don't think the gacha system in Blue Protocol is in any way, shape, or form considered viable. From my understanding, the way he explained it is you get a couple pulls a week or a day or something like that. And what he means by that is that you get a key to go and fight a boss. And the boss has a chance. I don't know what the chance is, maybe like 30% or 50% or something like that, to drop a fragment that you use the fragment, like bunch of these fragments, to craft the gotcha item, right? Um, so some of them that he was showing, like the high tier ones, require like 300 of these fragments. I mean, it's fairly simple. It's basically you log in, I think once a week, and you do your boss kills, and you get the fragment. And when you get enough fragments, you craft your item. That's literally what it boils down to. But like I said, the RNG chance of getting the fragment plus needing over 300 of them, or somewhere between 100 to 300 or 400 or whatever for some of these items, like it would take you more than a year to even get one of them, let alone how many of them there were. So, like I said, I don't think that the free to play is viable, but all of the gotcha items you can sell on the auction house um, from other players that are whaling and selling them, and you can buy them from other players. Just like 20, yeah, the game will be dead in like 2 years. So if you can't get all the material and like if you can't pretty much complete almost most of the game or at least the gotcha system in like less than a year, then it's probably not really viable. And that's the thing as well, Dig, is they're not. Like he equated them to like a small minuscule percentage increase. So yes, it's best in slot, but it's only percentagely better. It's not a big difference. Like it's basically the difference between someone I think he said it was like a couple percent more powerful to get these really high tier gotchas, and the only people that would ever really require them are in-game pushing like meta setters. You know what I mean? Like so when new content comes out, they're all like this geared, trying to be world first players. Those are the only people that really would probably ever need or want them. Everybody else can just make do with the basic bitch shit. Yeah, exactly. Everything is in flux, right? Like the pity system can change, the crafting requirements can change, the difficulty of obtaining the materials can change. Everything is in flux, right? And even after the game is released, it still can be in flux very easily. It's so easy for them to just swap things to make it more uh, you know, palatable for people. But at the end of the day, I think it looked nice. I mean, obviously it's a like an anime based game or whatever from my understanding. It's got the boobas, it's got the cosmetic appeal, you know, with the all the different, you know, cosmetics you can get and the fashion styles and all the other things, but it's got like a traditional like MMORPG like class system and builds and stuff. So there's tanks and supports and whatnot. So I mean, I think it'll be fun. Will it be a long-term game? Most likely not. But will it pass time for a little while we explore the universe and, you know, play characters and smash stuff in the face? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's like you can only obtain this for the next like month, and if you don't obtain it, then it's gone forever. Like that's bullshit. Like I feel like someone said to me once that there was a thing going on in the UK that basically was trying to remove that from gaming. They were trying to put in legislation that prevented game companies from basically doing that, right? I don't know how to like really explain it, but the whole goal to it was uh getting rid of the not the fear of missing out, but getting rid of the limited time offers that will never come back kind of things. Things that are forcing people to swipe their credit card in a certain period of time because if they don't get it then they can never get it again, which obviously is fear of missing out, obviously. But as long as it comes in rotations and it comes at like at regular intervals, like maybe it's a seasonal item where it only shows up at a specific time of the year, I think that's fine. But if it's like a one and done, like take Trove for example, Trove is notorious for it. That if you if you start playing the game to this day, like now, you will never catch a player that has been playing for 10 years. Because there are items in those 10 years that were only obtainable while they were playing, and you can never obtain them going forward. So that's bullshit. You should never have a game system that is like encompassing in that way because it doesn't allow for new players to come in and compete in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't allow for them to actually do anything, and they're just. Well, what's the point of playing a game if you're going to be literally left out in the cold? You know what I mean? If you're gonna literally never, like, let's say this guy quits the game, right? He's the number one player in the game, and he quits. He comes back 5 years later. He's still gonna be the number one person in the game because he has things that nobody else can obtain. That's bullshit. He will always and forever be number one. Obviously, that is obviously false because in the 5 years he's gone, there's probably items that have come and gone that he can never obtain now, and so on and so forth. But I mean, the premise is still there. It's bullshit. You should never have a system in place that is a one and done for any type of collectible, quote unquote, that gives any type of leaderboard standing or power gain or anything like that that is a fire and forget kind of just never obtainable again. Now, if it's just a cosmetic, like you know, an emote or an outfit or a pair of like a hat or something like that, I mean that truly doesn't make that much of a difference in the gameplay. It makes a difference in the fashion sense, which once again is still kind of stupid for a one and done, but I get it. If there's like 1 year anniversary items, 2 year anniversary items, stuff like that, like I could kind of understand those items. But at the end of the day, it boils down to if something is available to certain players at a certain time, it should be available to everybody going forward. And I think RuneScape tries to do a good job of making that work for everybody. So what RuneScape does is every year they have specific events, right? They'll have like a Halloween event, they'll have like Thanksgiving event, and so on and so forth. and they'll have rewards for that year, and then you make currency doing the event, and then you go to the vendor and you buy the the rewards, the cosmetics or whatever. But what they also do is they have tabs for the previous year, like previous years of the event, so you can backtrack and buy these items that were from previous year events. So you can never, so a brand new player or someone that missed a year or whatever could still obtain these items in the future. And I think that is a fabulous way of doing it. Don't make it a pay to obtain item or anything like that. Just make it in a way that allows for them to play the game like they normally would and still obtain items if like they missed it a year or they're coming in late to the game or whatever the fact is. Like it should always be available to everybody at all times, basically. Like I said, whether it is on rotation for events or special seasons, things like that, like that's fine. Shit, even if it's as scummy as a once a year NPC that spawns in a specific location and he's there for like a month. And during that month you can talk to him and you can get anything from the game that you've missed up until that point kind of thing. Like even if it's something scummy like that where it's like a once a month like once a year kind of event where a guy shows up that has like everything you could possibly imagine cosmetic wise or whatever you're missing for the account. Like that I feel like it's not scummy, but it's kind of very simple and probably not the best way to go about it. But at least it's something rather than nothing. And I do agree with the second part of your message. Sorry, I got kind of got sidetracked by the first part. Is that I don't like it when games offer something that is only obtainable via pay to play, right? Now, don't get me wrong, people that spend money should get something for their money, right? But it should never be at the cost of power, right? You should not be able to swipe your credit card and be permanently stronger than other players, right? Now, pay for progression is one thing, right? Getting to the max level, max gear score, whatever it is, faster than other players is completely one thing. But swiping your credit card, spending $10 to get a sword that can never be matched by a free to play player, bullshit. Right? The true pay to win system where you swipe your credit card and you will forever and for always be better than a free to play player. Now, that's not to say that membership versus non membership, right? So free to play accounts versus membership accounts won't have their pros and cons as in you like hard to explain, but for all intents and purposes, we'll take RuneScape for example. A free to play account will never be as strong as a member account because there's things locked behind the membership, aka armors, weapons, jewelry, skills, and so on and so forth. But that's because the free to play account isn't the full game, right? It's a taste. It's like a teaser. It's meant to test the game to see if you like the game, and if you do, you pay the membership. In my opinion, that's better than a World of Warcraft subscription where it's an all or nothing. You either pay the subscription and play the game, or you don't pay the subscription and you don't play the game. I don't know if that's still truly the way WoW works, but that's my understanding of it, or at least it was back in the day. Uh, so I don't hate RuneScape for it. I don't fault them for it. They need to make money, and they are on a membership basis of a video game, right? Versus microtransactions. Don't get me wrong, they make a lot of money off microtransactions as well, but their business model was based off of membership. It has always been based off of membership, and I don't hate them for it. I don't discredit them for it. That is their business model, and it works. But a free to play game where everything is based off of gacha and based off of swiping your credit card and monetization with no memberships in sight, uh, that's where the slippery slope begins because it's like, okay, how do we force people to want to spend money in the game? Uh, And then they're like, well, let's give him this, let's give him this, let's give him that, let's put this, let's put that. And then eventually there's usually some things that kind of correlate to a true pay to win aspect, aka, an item that can never be obtained by free to play players, right? Kind of like we were talking about earlier. So as long as they avoid that, like any game avoids that as best they can. I don't understand why this thing. I'm gonna beat this guy up. As long as they avoid that, I think the game won't be too bad, but it'll still struggle. Because a lot of people dislike just gotchas. Like, there's a lot of people that love gotcha. There's a lot of people that don't like gotcha. Like, a lot of people, a lot of MMO players, when they see gotcha in a game, they completely write it off and they stop playing it. Right? They just refuse to play the game because they don't want to play a gotcha game. And then there's other people that like gotcha games, but also like MMOs, and it's kind of the best of both worlds. They get that feeling of pulling rare things and cool things, and they get that sense of gambling, I guess. And they like it and they enjoy it, and is what it is. So I personally don't care one way or the other. I'd rather there not be a gotcha system, but I mean, if there is, there is. I mean, as long as the game's fun. Can you just fucking fight this dude? Okay, I can fight this one, but I can't fight the other guy. Like, the other guy's like bugged out. There it goes. But yeah, we'll have to see when it pops up. Obviously, it is what it is. I just hope that it's kind of fun. That's all I'm wondering about. Um. Also, I don't know if any of you guys are gonna join us, but this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, will be Path of Exiles 2. So if any of you guys want to join us and push through the campaign together and whatnot, you guys are more than welcome to join us. But that's the goal going forward. I think I got what I needed in here. I've also been yesterday and the day before I started playing Last Epoch Season 3. I kind of just don't like Last Epoch. It's not a bad game or anything. And it's gonna sound really stupid and kind of hypocritical, but I kind of feel like in the leveling aspect of the game, there's a little bit too much to do. Kind of confused. I mean, like I said, that sounds weird coming from a player that likes Path Exiles, but I honestly, truly, and utterly feel like Path of Exiles' complexities kind of come with the way that you construct the builds more than actually playing the game, right? Or the gear, right? Because Last Epoch's complexity, in my opinion, comes with every time you level, you have to worry about your passive point, which is fine, but you also have to worry about leveling up your specific skills that you're using in a specific own tree. And then you have like a tree for your passives, you have a tree for your skills, you have a tree for your atlas, which is your mapping system. And then you have the different types of items between legendaries and experimentals and all this other stuff. And then you got like I don't know what it's called, but it's like a legendary potential or whatever it's called, which you're looking for the same exact item, but you're looking for it to have legendary potential so you can upgrade it further than one without legendary potential, which once again gives you even more depth to the grind and min-maxing and stuff. It's just, at least in PoE, it's just, hey, it's as simple as getting farming items on a specific item level, like specific map tier. So when it does drop an item, it drops at a specific item level, so it has a chance to roll T1 mods. It's not like, hey, run this T16 map millions of times to find a T1 item that has potential to be higher than a T1 mod, which is rare as fuck to find. And then you have to be rarer as fuck to find it with the right stats on it, and then get lucky enough for the potential to actually hit correctly. It's just, it's too much. It's way, way, way too much. Because not only are you trying to do that for regular, like, experimental gear and the other types of rarities or whatever, you're also looking for legendary gear. And legendary gear specifically drops on specific zones from specific monsters, from specific bosses. It just gets absurd. And once again, like I said, it's kind of weird coming from a Path of the Exiles player that really likes Path of the Exiles. But I'm a simple man, and that's just too much effort. Way too much effort. But, keeping it simple, stupid isn't too bad either. You just put a little effort into it, kind of play it, smash face, turn brain off. Like, it's something. Passes time. It's not too bad of a experience. You just don't make it very far. I'm gonna go up here. I feel like it's gonna be up here. Okay, maybe not. Huh. Where's the cash? I feel like it should be like near one of these rocks or bushes, but I'm not seeing anything. Oh, yeah, sorry for the rant. Actually, I'm gonna go pee really quick, guys. Give me just a minute. God, that fucking hurt, dude. Wife left I think it was the wife. Left open the freaking hallway closet right outside the bathroom. Smacked my arm into the handle as I was walking by and it like ripped skin off. God, that shit hurt. Oh. Alright. So I got a quick question for you, Mr. Old Folks in the chat. So remember I've been talking about like my back's been hurting. Um so I've been trying to do stretches, I've been like trying to relax, blah blah blah. Oh, so my question is, if I lay on the floor and I put a pillow under my lower back slash middle of my back, and my back is just aching, like really bad, right? Like aching pains. Is that good aches or is that bad aches? Like is that aching pain a good thing or a bad thing? And what I mean by good thing is like if it's aching, should I keep doing it because it's like helping? Or is it a bad thing and I should stop doing it? My forearm is killing me now. Oh, that really hurt. I hit the hell out of that handle. All right. Now we have to head. Oh, yeah, I'm just kind of curious because, like, I was laying on the couch, and I had the pillows underneath my back, and I had a heating pad, and I was just chilling, and I didn't feel any pain or anything, but feeling like I wasn't feeling like I was like getting any type of relief, right? It just felt like my back was hot, and like there was no, it didn't feel like any type of like anything. So I laid flat on the floor and I put the pillow underneath me with the heating pad. And it just, so in the past, just laying on the floor by itself, and sometimes with a pillow or whatever, laying on the edge of the bed, I would feel the aches and the pains in my back. And I was like, oh God, that's achy, that's painy. And I just let it like do it for a little while. But today I laid there for like an hour, just letting it ache, letting it pain, stretching a little bit while I was doing it with the heating pad on. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I just don't know. Trying to get a pop out of it, but it wouldn't pop either. Yeah, I spent a little bit of time off stream as well, Dig. Also, welcome back. Um, Doing a little bit of ore farming to try and level up my crafter a little bit. I was trying to get him to the rep people, so he can start doing the rep things. And I think he's a high enough level for it. I just need to talk to the right person, I think, and just start getting the quests because I need to align to a guild, right? Maybe we can do that really quick now that you're here, so you can like tell me what I'm doing. Like, because I was at the dwarf place. I was trying to align for. I think I have metalworking, armor smithing, and I have jewelry. But I think jewelry's in another place, and the other two are in the dwarf place. So I was trying to align to all three of those, so I can get those all started. But I'm contemplating on this guy to drop my wood gathering. Um, because I'm not doing woodworking anyway, and I don't think I need wood for any of the other professions I'm doing. But I'm thinking about dropping scholar. I don't really actually do them. I only do mining on this guy. And if I do drop it, I don't know what to pick up instead. Yeah, yeah, that's what the wiki said, Dig. I was there. And I went, so I did the intro to weaponsmithing and um, armor smithing in Thornhall. I went to the two different guys and I talked to them all and everybody, but I didn't see anywhere to like align to the thingy, like to a guild. So I must either wasn't talking to the right person or wasn't clicking on like a right set, like thingy or something. So but yeah, I farmed up a bunch of ancient iron to level up his thing all the way to max so I can get to the next tier and max that one out. Because I like to max all of them instead of just getting like the basic completion. I like to get the full completion. So I farmed a bunch of that up to do that. And now I need to farm up more for the next tier. I just don't know what the next tier is. or if I can even get to the next tier. I was also thinking about doing the event on my alt since I haven't like he's level 18. I haven't leveled him. I haven't done anything. I don't plan on really leveling him. But I was thinking about like spamming the event on him just to level him up using the event because we were talking about before like how much XP you get from the events is insane. Yeah, the lag feels terrible today. The second I zoned in here and I started walking, I froze. It feels absolutely horrible today. Which is one reason why I'm happy that PoE 2 comes out this weekend. And another reason why I'm kind of looking forward to playing a different game. For a little while, right? Giving this some time to unfuck itself. Need to go and grab this fast travel while we're close to it. Clark? Gotta get up at 10 a.m. Ugh, go to bed, man. That's early. That reminds me, I only got 3 hours of sleep today, so today might be a short stream anyway. You gotta move the pool table. Didn't you already help move the pool table once? It's a bullshit. Better be getting paid extra for that. Ugh, bro. I don't care if you're the god of everything and you are the best thing since sliced bread and you're gonna put new felt on a freaking pool table. You better be coming to me to do it at my establishment. That's all I'm saying. Just be coming to me. No, I know, I know. I'm just saying, like, ugh. Dollies or not, man, that's heavy. It's fucking heavy. This room just gave me so many flipping quests. It's crazy. I need to find the fast travel here before we walk out. Oh, but what I was asking earlier, Dig, is if I was to drop as far as master weapon proficiency. Wait, what? Why do I have a quest that requires me to have a master weapon proficiency? What? Huh? What kind of bullshit is that? What kind of quest requires you to have a specific profession? That's not a profession quest. Oh, that is dog shit. That is absolute horse shit. Well, I mean, I get profession quests. I'm okay with that. Like, blacksmithing quest and metalsmithing quest and, whatever. I get the profession quest specific. But the fact that this thing right here is not tagged as a profession quest. It just says complete a weapon of old complete the half orc, right? It's like it wants you to do a bunch of different things. But the first one, it's like it wants you to use this anvil, but you can't use the anvil unless you have the profession for it. I don't know. It says Baron's Council, which I think is there's another quest that goes with it because it literally says complete a weapon of old, which is right here. And it basically says bring so and so's axe to the mad dwarf in Thor's home. Oh, that's why. Okay. That's why. Because I can do either or. You can, if you have the profession for it, you can just repair it. Okay. I'm not as pissed. Yeah. Okay. I'm not as pissed. It's just when you're standing there and the first thing it does that highlights a little shiny little thingamajiggy. You're like, hey, look at this thing. This thing's very cool. Yeah, it's all shiny. It's part of the quest. You should definitely do it. You're like, okay, cool. Oh, you don't have the right shit for it? Like, what the fuck? Bullshit. All right. I don't know where to go. So find equipment on half-orc bosses. Uh, I don't think these are it. I mean, there's something, but they're not what I'm looking for. I think the one I'm looking for is all the way down here. Yeah, I'm really quick to get pissed. We all know that. I see something that just without reading, and I'm just like annoyed and pissed off at it because it just like why? Why is it like this? It's so stupid. I hate you, right? Like, yeah, that's me. Really quick to get pissy about it. Okay. Oh yeah, because you have the metal smith. Oh yeah. So back where I was asking, Dig. Um, since I don't really use the wood for anything, or at least I don't think I need the wood for anything. On this guy or in general, should I just drop the forestry and the scholar? Because I feel like both of those are just kind of meh skills for me right now. Like unless I plan on like doing all the skills for all my characters and like getting more character slots and stuff, I feel like it's just not really worth my time. Uh, and I already have weapon and armor smithing and jewelry on the other guy. Do you think I should drop those two off of this guy and pick something different out? Like, should I drop forestry and scholar for something else? And if that's the case, like, do you have an idea of like what would be a better option? That guy's on top of the fucking house. Fuck. Yeah, because I was contemplating dropping both of them, picking up jewelry on this guy, dropping it off of the other guy, right? Just re-leveling jewelry up because it's not very high leveled, but getting the jewelry on this one specifically. That way I can leave the other guy in Thorin's Hall for the other two professions. I don't have to move him around. Kind of what I was thinking, but I don't know if that's even worth it because I could just level the guy up and move him to a different city that has all the rep guys in one city just by using the event quest to level him without having to actually go through and do a bunch of storylines and stuff. I mean, I might have to do some of the storyline just to um unlock the cities and stuff, right? Do the chapter quests to unlock them, but Yeah, I mean, I know I have to level them, and I'm not opposed to it. It's just since this guy does all the gathering for all the ores, it's just kind of annoying to have to take the time to move all the materials, right? So I have to move my carryall to the other character. I mean, I don't have to move my universal toolkit, but it makes things easier. I don't have to keep repairing the tools and stuff. Uh, I'm just really torn because like I could just spin the Lotro, right, and unlock a fourth profession on this guy, and I could just level up armor, weapon, and jewelry on this guy while doing all the mining on this guy, and I just don't have to worry about my alt character at all. It's definitely a possibility. I don't know how much it is to unlock the fourth profession. Oh, don't open that up. So I don't know how much it is to unlock the fourth profession, if it's worth it. Because like I said, then I don't even have to worry about transferring this. Because that's the most annoying part is transferring the carry-all from one character to the other with all the materials in it. Yeah, I don't think it'll be crazy expensive, and all I have to do is just some deeds, right? It's not a big deal. And I'm not a very high level, right? Yeah, I've unlocked a bunch of scrolls on the characters, which honestly I don't really give a fuck because it's all the low level scrolls anyway, right? Uh, and I could just easily just go and free farm the materials again, just run around on my mount. So do you think that would just be a better option, Dig? Since jewelry, metalsmithing, and weaponsmithing all require just mining, I could just do all of them together. And in all honesty, I don't even know if I want weaponsmithing. Like, is weaponsmithing even worth it? Like, does the weaponsmithing eventually just outscale the legendary item? I'm assuming at like max level it does, but I'm not 100%. Just trying to think of what my four would be. Obviously, mining, jewelry for sure. So oh boy, no, let's go for it. Really? Even at max level? That's crazy to think. I don't know if I like that, if I'm being completely honest. Like a game where it gives you a weapon that levels with you all, from level 50 all the way to 150, that is always going to be your best in slot just seems weird. Okay, I don't really need to fight those, but I do need to get up there. I mean, it's fine. So I don't need weaponsmithing then, is what you're saying. If that's the case. I mean, technically I could make well, I can't even make bows because that's woodworking. So I feel like weaponsmithing is kind of useless then, right? If you have legendary weapons. Like what's the point of weaponsmithing then? Like, can you make anything from weaponsmithing that's actually worth it? I'm kind of curious now. So what would my fourth one be? Like maybe I could do tailoring? But once again, like I don't really need. I mean, tailoring would give me cloaks, so that's not a bad option, right? Is that a good option for my fourth one instead of weaponsmithing? You can do tailoring. The only problem I have with tailoring is I can't just easily farm. I mean, I can kind of easily farm up the materials, but it kind of seems not as easy at the same time. Because like I'd have to farm leather, right? Which means I have to kill beasts and stuff like that to do leather. Unless that's not tailoring. I thought tailoring was leather, among other things. I don't know. I'm kind of lost. So I'm trying to ask you for your thoughts on it. isn't all that great? Because you wrote is all that great. Okay, yeah, tailoring is good for light, medium, armor. Yeah, I was thinking cloaks. Isn't okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so that's why I was thinking maybe tailoring, because I can use like leathers and stuff like that, right? Um, and I can make cloaks specifically because I don't need the light and medium armor specifically. But it would allow me to be able to make light and medium armor for alt. Plus, having armor smithing would allow me to make heavier armors as well. So I can make all the armor types, and having jewel crafting would allow me to make all the jewelry. The only thing that would be left out is weapons, which, in my opinion, who the fuck cares? Because once you get to 50 and you get your legendary weapon anyway, I don't give a fuck, right? So, all right, so I'm kind of sold on dropping forestry and scholaring to pick up metalsmithing and jewel crafting on this guy, so I don't have to do the swapping. Now the real question um, is there a way to convert like everything that I've like the levels and the experience I have from forestry over to the new skill, or do I have to start from scratch? I don't mind either way. I'm just curious if there is something that's available to do that. Yeah, so I'm not gonna worry about weaponsmithing then. You don't think I don't think you can convert either, but I wasn't sure. Um if I just missed it or something. Alright, so I don't know if there's anything else to do in here. I don't know if there's anything. Let me just run around really quick. Oh, there's a lot in here, isn't there? Hey, I'll be right back. Give me a sec, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, I heard a big bump upstairs, and I wanted to go check on things. Anyway, yeah, I'm kind of sold on that because, like I said, I was trying to spend some time, off stream on what day was it? Was it Friday morning after I got off stream? You know, leveling up my alt characters' professions. So trying to get him to a point where I can make stuff for this guy. And it was annoying. It was annoying as shit because I had to give the materials from this guy to that guy. But I couldn't just send the ore. I had to melt it down into bars and then send the bars over. And then pick up the bars and the other guy used them. But I needed to know how many I needed. So if I needed more, then I had to log back on this guy. I had to go farm more. And then I had to go smelt those down. I had to send those bars over, like doing some math and everything else. But then it got tedious having to like send all those random items one by one or whatever. You know, not one by one, but like packs of them or whatever. And then it also was a problem when it came to. I am just going to fast travel. Having to repair the tool all the time, so I wanted to transfer the tool over. Well, the problem is my other character doesn't have enough money on it to be able to send the carry-all, because the carry-all costs a little over a gold to send it from one character to another via the mail. It's really annoying. I think there's a way to fix that, make it cost less or nothing. But anyway, regardless, that was one of the problems I ran into, and I wanted to move the tool over as well, because the tool has like positives to it, you know, 20% chance for crits and stuff like that, you know, whatever. But it doesn't have to be repaired like ever. So I was switching it from one character to the other, and then I was switching it back from that character to the other character, so the whole back and forth was being annoying. And then I finally went and farmed a bunch of materials, and I smelted it all down, and I was getting ready to send it back over to the other character, but I was like, fuck it, this just took me 7 hours to farm the items and melt them all down into bars. I'm done for the day, and I never went back and finished it up to do it. So I'm gonna wait, and I think it's just better to do it on one character so I don't have to be sending things back and forth. Like, I don't mind sending things back and forth if I have multiple characters doing multiple professions and stuff, but I feel like where I'm at right now, it's not necessary. So, and that's what I was doing, Dig. So when I realized how expensive it was, I started using the house. So I had to do the house teleport. So I used the house teleport from one side, you know, for the one character to go back, right? And then he would go there, and then I'd have to use my regular teleport to bring me from the house to Doran's place or whatever, or the fast travel, you know, from the person outside. And then I have to do what I got to do, and then I have to house travel back. Right? It was a lot of back and forth, like using my personal teleport to the house, and then using like the fast travel to the place to do it, and then like my bear happened to go out and farm more materials. He had to like run out there, and then he had to like fast travel out to the place to go and do it, and it was just a lot of work. Right? So I'm kind of like, and like I said, like sitting there like farming up the wood and realizing I don't even need the wood, and I never level scholaring anyway. I was like, fuck it, what's the point of it? Uh, I don't need it right now. So I was like, you know what, fuck it. Why don't we just swap everything over and just be a one and done, you know, for the one character to do everything for himself. I just think that's a better use of my time right now. Instead of having the alt that I really don't like. I honestly don't like the character at all. I'd rather make a different character anyway. So I'm kind of sold on moving the stats over, or the, you know, I mean, the stuff over to this character and just doing it all on this character. Um, the only problem I have with it is what the hell? Um, is I just have to spend the Lotro to get the fourth one, which I can do that one at any time, since that one's gonna be tailoring anyway. I guess I'm not super opposed to it. So I can do that one later. Just hold on to all the leathers. But I wanted to get to the rep grind that you were talking about, so I could start working towards it, right? So I can start getting the unlocks and stuff. I just don't know how it really works. Like I kind of have the gist, but until I do it, I don't truly know. You know what I'm saying? Like I have an idea in my head, and I'm assuming it works a specific way, but until I start doing it myself, I can't like validate what I'm thinking. 'Cause like the way I'm thinking is, I talk to a guy, I align, I say, hey, I want to be part of your guild, and they're like, all right, cool, you can be part of our guild. Here's a daily task you can do. They give you like two tasks. I guess the tasks depend on what level you are, right? Like skill wise, like what tier you're on, um, with your profession itself. So the higher your tier is, the more available quests you get, and they all have their own cooldowns or something like that. And then you do all the ones you can, obviously using the resources you have available to, and you get rep, and then you grind the rep, and as you go up in rep, that's where I get lost. Like, so you do this to get the rep, and then as the rep goes up, you get new tiers, but what do the tiers really give you? And you were saying something along the lines of like you get recipes and stuff. And that's another thing. It's like, where do you get the recipes from? Do you get like a currency from completing the quests? That you can spend to purchase the the thingies? Like I said, I haven't done it yet, so I'm completely and utterly like a noob to it. So that's kind of why I'm asking. Yeah, I remember talking to like a vendor or two, and like I saw that they had like recipes, quote unquote, like in their inventories, like to purchase. But like I said, I didn't really look at it, so like, do you need like a specific reputation to buy certain ones? And does it cost like regular gold, or does it cost like a specific currency? I guess that's my main question. Like I said, I haven't fiddled with it all that much, so kind of just asking questions to kind of comprehend it more, because I've read the wiki a few times and I just still have questions. It's gold, okay, not too bad then. And you just need the rep, right? So you have to hit a certain reputation tier in order to be able to purchase the thingy majiggies, and then once like you said, the higher ranks, the higher tier things you get to, the more the higher tier the thingies are, right? That's what you were saying before. So you have to get to like a certain tier in order to get like level 75 gear or whatever crafts, right? So on and so forth. That's my assumption at least. All right. I'm so lost. Quest is so annoying. Like it wants me to find all these items and stuff. And I feel like they're like in trees and stuff, but I'm not seeing them. There's one. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, because that's what my character's up to now on my other character. My other character just unlocked the Westfold crafting, but I don't have the materials for it yet. Actually, I might. I don't know what tier Westfold is, if I'm being honest. Because I'm up to. Oh yeah, I haven't done this yet. So whatever this is, I haven't found these. Yeah. So that's what I'm up to. Which I'm assuming is the next zone that I haven't gotten to yet or something. Like Rowan, probably. It's at 75 and Rowan's like level 70 zone. Right, so we need 3 more things. One is up here. Exactly what it is. Okay, goat roo. Okay, sweet. Here. More. Okay, there we go. Dunland. Oh yeah, I haven't been here yet, but that's where I think I'm heading. I'm here right now. I think it's heading me down towards Dunland. And I also feel like Dunland is probably level wise equivalent to uh this place. To Rowan. The Great River. Because this is like level 70 zone as well, I think. Oh man. Alright, so kind of torn when we sit down to actually switch over the professions. Like I kind of want to do it now, but I kind of want to finish this zone before we do it at the same time. I feel like we're not even halfway done with this zone though. Ooh, you know what I could do, Dig? If I do swap all my professions to this guy, I could finally make my Hobbit farmer that I wanted to make. Yeah, for the night. All right, sounds good, Topher. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Hope you have a good night. Sleep well. Talk to you tomorrow. Also, Topher, I don't know if I'm wrong on this, but should I be doing my prints on Eidolon this week? I thought the ballot said it was going to be double increased AFK gains this week. That was my last question before you take off. Didn't look at. Oh, that's fine. If you haven't, you haven't. It's whatever. Talk about it later. Appreciate you. Get a night's sleep. Talk to you later. Um, I mean, at the end of the day, too, Dig is like. I feel like Scholar is one of those things that I could pick up on anybody. You know, technically tailoring I could pick up on anybody. I mean, I could keep Scholar on this guy and just level it if that's the case. And I can just put tailoring on my alt and just send him the leathers. I don't know. Like I said, the fourth one is kind of just whatever. Like as it stands, the only two I'm really worried about right now is armor smithing and jewelry. As long as I get those two on this guy, I don't really need the fourth one. The fourth one's just a bonus. So yeah, and those are like the random vases and freaking chests and stuff on the ground and whatnot. You get all those materials, and you got to bring it into the study, and you got to do a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I did a little bit on this guy, but as you can tell, I barely even did apprentice. It was just fucking annoying. So, uh, with that in mind, maybe keeping scholar on this guy as a fourth, or picking it back up as the fourth, wouldn't be a bad option. Just like hand make pocket items. Obviously, drop it for now and then pick it back up since I've barely leveled it anyway. And then putting tailoring on the alt character specifically, because if I make the Hobbit farmer, right? So I plan on making a farmer slash cook Hobbit specifically because I just thought it would be hilarious. And then using him to farm or to do tailoring as well probably wouldn't be the bad option. I don't know. Because like I said, all I have to do is send him the leather. So I don't know. As I get leather, I can just send it over to him and I don't have to worry about because the like yes, there's a lot of different leathers, but when it comes to mining, like I have to do the different ores, I have to do the different bars, I have to do the different like gemstones. Like there's so much more when it comes to the sending all the mining stuff. The hell? Why all that stuff fighting each other? Was I supposed to let those three things die? Oh, shit. So I think I have a decent plan going forward. I'm just trying to figure out what character I make, right? Like I'm gonna make a Hobbit for sure, but I'm trying to think what character Hobbit I make. What would suit me as a player? Oh, I think you're right. I think you're right, Dig. I'm pretty yeah, see wood and leather. Okay. Okay. So I'd have to get the four okay, so I'd have to get four professions on two characters. Because the one character would be a cook and a farmer, and he'd have to have forestry and uh tailoring, right? But there's the dilemma. I'd have to actually go out to get the wood or the leather, right? Sorry, not the wood, but I'd have to go out to get the leather. Oh no, I wouldn't, because I can just send the leather over on this guy, right? So I mean, he'd have that forestry, but I'd have to send him the leather, which isn't a big deal. So yeah, forestry, and then he'd have to have the tailoring to go with it. So that could work. I don't understand how to examine the... Oh, I have to just get close to it. Okay. I thought I had to like wait for those things to die. Yeah, just like that's why I figured like if I use this guy for killing, I can just get all the leather I want just by playing this guy, right? And then I can send the leather over to the Hobbit, and he can just turn it into leather and then use the tailoring. So I'd have to have 4 professions on both characters, because this guy would need um, metalsmithing, jewel crafting, uh, prospecting, and then it would also need scholaring because he's going to be the one doing all the gathering. And then I'd have to send all the leather over to the Hobbit to do forestry and tailoring, plus farming and cooking. So, not too terrible of a way to go about it. It's definitely not impossible. And it's not too expensive, I don't think. But that's like if I really wanted to take it somewhat seriously. And I don't really care enough about um maxing out all of my professions and doing everything min max to the fullest anyway. So I think Blackstaff, I fought him earlier. Hopefully he spawns somewhat soonish. I'll have to come back for him probably because I killed him and probably has like a long-ish. Oh, there. Um. So basically, what I think I would end up doing, Dig, is um. So I think I'm just gonna stick to the plan. I'm gonna make this guy into a weapon, or sorry, an armor and jewel crafter with his prospecting already, right? And then I will make my second character, but I will make him a forester and tailor, and I'll probably do farming on him too, just because. I won't actually do any of the farming unless I'm really bored, but I'll have it on him, and then eventually, if I do want to get into cooking, I'll purchase the fourth one and then get cooking on him. And then if I really want to make pocket items, I'll buy the fourth one on this guy and level up my scholarly. Like it would be a good idea to get the fourth one on this guy and just catch my scholar up. So while I'm pushing through the zones and questing and everything, I can just pick up the scholar items. So I don't have to backtrack for it. Probably a good idea. Just I might have to do a little bit of deed farming to be able to afford it on this guy first. But I'm not worried about the second guy having it for a while. So all right, that's it. I feel like that's not a bad plan. Um, but back to a original statement I made a little while ago. Do you know if I need to do all the chapter quests and stuff to get my alt character to like a main city? Right? Like one of the higher tier main cities that have all the profession guys in them. The reason I asked is I was just gonna level them using the whatchamacallit, the events, because they just give so much XP for doing the day like the repeatable events. I was just gonna say fuck it and just level them up that way, and then just walk them on over to one of the cities. But I'm not sure if I need to actually do the campaign or the chapter quest in order to actually unlock the towns or not, or if I can make do without it. Do you think I have to do the chapter quest, or am I reading that wrong? Sorry, I was just ranting for a hot minute. Wasn't paying. It's easier to fucking kill it than to hover over it half the time. Well, I don't think you have to be a certain level to walk into certain areas, but I definitely think that mobs will pull and can easily kill you if you don't have enough HP or survivability. I just wasn't sure if there was a certain lock, like, because certain games, you can't get into a certain zone unless you progress the storyline to a certain point in order to obtain an item or a potion or something that allows access to a zone. Because if you walk in without it, you just insta die. I wasn't sure if this game possibly had something similar. Kind of what I was asking. So if they don't have something like that, then in theory, someone can just kill all the mobs for you and just let you walk into the city, and then you're safe inside the city going forward, right? I remember a long time ago, I watched a video on professions. I'm talking 4, 5, 6 months ago. Um, and a guy was running into a city, and he just made a comment. He's like, "Yeah, as long as you don't die running from here to here, you'll be fine once you get into the city." I was like, "Oh, okay." Oh, wait, I don't want repeatables. Repeatable, get rid of repeatable. Back nearby. Alright, we got something north of us. Uh, that's true. Walk straight to Mordor as a chicken, right? Yeah, you're right. Okay. I mean, that might be possible then. I was just thinking about leveling him via the event, just so he had more survivability, more HP, whatever, and just made things easier. So I could, like, because the thing is, when it comes to farming and cooking, being in the Shire is like the best place, right? Where my house is, because it's right next to Superior Farms and Superior Ovens. So it's like the best place you want to go for farming and cooking, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to buy a house in the Shire. But it's also because I just really like the Hobbit Zone, right? Um, and then I just need my milestones that, like, obviously I have my house recall, so I can just go there to do that, and then I can have my recall to the main city to talk to the guild people. So I just got to get to one of those cities. It's done my recall there, so I can just go there to talk to the guild people to do my dailies. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Like I said, I don't take this game super seriously, but at the same time, I do want to, like, put a little effort into it. And I think working on my crafting, like taking a week or so to work on my crafting, get my crafting caught up, so I can actually start making myself some jewelry and some gear to stop relying upon drops from quests, should help quite a lot. Because, like you said before, it's like I'm lacking a lot of stuff, like stats wise, because of my gear. So I think taking the little bit of time, yes, it takes away from the progression of the zones and the deeds and the quests and stuff, and maybe even the leveling. But I feel like it'll help in the long run having the extra stats, making the dungeons and the zones faster and easier because I'll have more damage, more, survivability, stuff like that. I think it's worth it. All right, so we are about an hour and a half into the stream, and I'm kind of sold on changing my two professions and then spending the time to level them up. Problem is, it's gonna take me all stream to get them leveled up. Yeah, and that's kind of the thought is because I saw some of them have like 18-hour cooldowns, some of them have like 4-day cooldowns, some of them are like 7-day. Obviously, when I say 4-day, I mean like 3 days and 18 hours, or 7 days is like 6 days and 18 hours. They don't do a full like um 7 days exactly. They give a little bit of leeway, so you don't have like a revolving door of like, oh, this week I did it at 10 o'clock. Next week I did it at like 10:30. The next week I did it at like 11. And like it just doesn't slowly build further and further out. Um, but I'm assuming obviously as you push your way down, like doing all those things, you're gonna need those low tier materials. Like you said, you're running out of the lower tier materials. So I'll have to go and farm more low tier materials at some point, or is it just not worth the small amount of rep that they give? 'Cause I feel like some of the ones I saw were like 300 rep for a daily craft, right? So you do a daily tier, what like a low tier craft that gives 300 rep that has like an 18-hour cooldown, and I think there's a few of those, if I'm not mistaken, or something. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing in here. But yes, I think at some point it would basically just be me logging in, even if I wasn't playing, just log in, spend like 5 minutes or whatever doing a couple crafts. I mean, it'd probably take me longer than that, but you know what I'm saying? Like log in, do a couple crafts, and log out. Like a lot of like the weeklies and the big like 4 day ones and 3 day ones, those ones will definitely obviously be every so often. But I'm torn if doing some of the low tier daily ones are worth it. Um, since they're only like 3 to 500 rep. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I did a 300 rep one 7 days a week, that's 2100 rep. That's pretty solid. That's better than some of the 3 day ones or 5 day ones. I feel like, especially since you need so much rep. Like, what do you need? Like over 1 million rep total or something crazy? Yeah, I'll definitely in the beginning will have to be spamming every single one of them every single day that I can. It, one for sure to catch up, but also like the faster you get towards the end of the rep, like the less you have. Eventually, you don't have to do it anymore, right? Obviously, that's fucking months down the road, if not longer, but this is what it is. But as I was saying, it's like the daily, like the first one you can technically make is a daily, and it's 300 rep according to the wiki. That's 2100 rep a week. That's actually pretty solid if you compare it to some of the other ones that have longer cooldowns. And I think there's even more daily ones as well that are higher tier, obviously, that are even better reps. But I mean, is I feel like at a certain point, it's like I think the daily one might be worth it, even if it's only 300 rep or whatever. Even with like the really low tier materials, because 300 rep off of that, whatchamacallit, um, is better than like doing the medium one, which is like 4 day reset with 500 rep. Like, you get so much less. Bro, I am so fucking lost in here. I'm assuming you haven't done this zone yet. Like the zone isn't that big. The zone isn't very complicated, but I'm looking for a specific item. Oh, I think I found it. I felt like I like covered the whole zone. There it is. I felt like I covered the whole zone except for this one small little small. All right, all right. Now we can get out of here. 14K weekly for you. Yeah, like I said, let me pull it up really quick. So this is what I was talking about. So the very first one, the small T3, is 300 a day, right? This being a 3-day at 900. Let's say you did twice, it's 1800. Well, let's just this is roughly the same amount. So you did it every 3 days, so it's 300 times 3, so this is the same, right? So this is fine. But this one being 400, right? And this okay, so it boils down to the same. So 4, 8, 12, okay, and then 5, 10, 15. Yep. And this one being 7 days, I think this one's actually less. Am I wrong by that? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's 6 days. There's the seventh day. So I feel like this one might not be worth it. I mean, it's great EXP. You might as well do it because it's a huge chunk once a week. But I feel like in the grand scheme of like time versus EXP, it's not as good as these ones are. Same thing with these. So I feel like the large ones, just time versus how much XP you get more from these ones than you do these ones. Like all these large ones. So that's, yeah, that's nuts. Okay. And then do you know anything about this part yet? The umbral crafting, where you have to get to like a certain point first, and then you get into umbral crafting, which is completely separate, like a tier above. I have to find a scroll in there? Oh, bro, come on. I was just in here looking for shit. I found the ward. Now it wants me to find some sort of scroll? Cache of scrolls? Okay. Um, Problem is I'm trying not to run into these guys all that much. They slow me down. Come on, attack, please. Yeah, it's the high tier stuff. That's what I was saying. It's like you have to, but I feel like in order to do it, you have to get to like, don't you have to like max out your rep first, and then you switch into umbral crafting, which is like I said, the tier above. It's like once you get to the last tier that what you're working on right now, which is like what, a million total XP. It's like 500, 300, 200, and then a 100, and then a bunch of lower tier ones. Once you get through all of that, then you have Umbral unlocked, and then you switch to Umbral, which has its own tiering system and its own rep to grind. That's my understanding of how it works, and that's just a pain in the fucking dick, bro. It's just so much work. Yeah, it's all good. All right, once we do this quest, I think we're gonna recall and yeah, I think we're gonna recall and pick up those two professions. We'll drop scholar, we'll drop forestry, we'll pick up armor smithing and jewel crafting, and then we'll run around Bree, picking up fucking copper and shit, moving from zone to zone, grabbing all the lower tier shit, uh, level it all up. Okay, I can't find these gold. Pretty sure it's in here, but I'm not 100%. Okay, I don't know if it's in here. Check this last room. I'm pretty sure this is the last room I haven't checked it. Oh, and of course, it's in the fucking last room, bro! Alright, we're just gonna recall? It's in the town room, recalling to anyway. Alright, so we're gonna go here, and then we're gonna house reset, and we're gonna go to Bree. Ah! We're gonna pick up the new professions. And then we're gonna start grinding. Wait, do we have a breed recall? That's something else I want to check too. So we have the we do have a brie. Earned a brie. Let's go. Oh, I remember we bought this the other day. Yeah, because I farmed out the stuff for it. Sweet. I can just fast travel a brie now. I was gonna say maybe we spend a little time grabbing these other fast travels from these other zones. That would be huge, right? Allow me to fast travel there to get resources faster. So if I needed like a dark ore, I have a fast travel for it. If I needed ancient ore, I have a fast travel for it. Oh, fucking dig. If you need ancient ore, bro, I don't know if you've done it yet or if you looked it up or whatever, but holy hell is there a lot of ancient ore right down here. Holy shit, there's ancient ore down there. And there's a shit ton of pots down there for Scholar as well. Absolute shit ton of them. They're fucking everywhere. Like, I don't know what it is with that zone, but there's a ton of wood. There's a ton of ancient ore, and I think ancient silver as well. And there's a bunch of the scholar pots. They're just fucking everywhere. Yeah, that shit's crazy how much shit's there. Like, I just wikied, hey, where do I find ancient ore? And it's like, oh, you can find it here, 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 and here. And underneath it, it said, note, most people just farm it in this place for its abundance. I'm like, wait, what? So I went there, I was like, holy fuck, abundance my ass. This is fucking everywhere. This is crazy. Oh, so back in the day, yeah, it was a lot harder to farm it. So that's why it's so abundant. All right. So we need metalsmithing, right? Or metal, yeah, metalsmith, right? So how how do I learn it? I forgot. It's been a hot minute. This guy? Okay. Um, Forget an old crafting profession and learn farming. Okay, so jeweler, right? So we want jeweler. We want to get rid of forestry for jewelry. Okay. Okay. And we okay. And then I want to forget another one for metalsmith, right? Is it metalsmith? Just confirm. I thought it was armorsmith, but I'm assuming it's metalsmith. Metal is armor. Okay, that's what I thought. But we are going to forget scholar. All right. So we are set. What can we get done? All right. Jeweler. I have barely anything. So why is it green? I'm confused. Why is it green? It's green like I can craft something, but it's grayed out. Oh, I'm on the wrong bench. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. And yeah, I know I have the universals. All right, so we got to get a bunch of copper here. Yeah, I just wanted to see what I needed, right? If I had any copper or whatever. So this is how I usually level it up, take the bronze and turn it into shavings and then turn it in, you know, back and forth. Yeah. How do I make the bronze though? Isn't bronze? Yeah. So I make the copper first, and then I can turn it into bronze to do the metalsmithing. Since everything here is fucking bronze. Okay. More copper. Alright, let's go! Copper! Oh shit, I didn't do the math. Shit. Um, I like to do the math to figure this out, because this is 8 XP, and this is 8 XP, and I need to get to 600. Um, so 2 bars gives me 4, which 4 gives me 1. I always fuck this math up. But basically, what is it? I do so 4 bars gives me 3 of these crafts, right? I get 2 more back, and it gives me 1 back after that. Fuck, what's the math on that? Like 12 for this plus this, so it's like 20 EXP per craft or something like that, roughly. So if I need 10 plus another 20, I need like 30 bronze bars. So it's like 30 copper. Is like 60. And then jeweler needs their shit. 6 each, looks like. Well, I can do the same thing here. So I want to say what, like 120 copper should be more than enough, right? I think 120 copper should, especially since I have a chance to proc doubles. All right, let's turn on prospecting. Let's also get on our horse. A little bit slower, but I don't have to get off my mount. Dumb question, Dig. Do you know if there's a way to put the ore from my carryall to my, like, somewhere where I can track the number? You know what I'm saying? Like, is there a way I can track how much I currently have on me? That makes any sense? I'm not wording this very well. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's pretty easy. I can just like go here, just click on copper. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Interesting, I haven't found any copper yet except for the first node. Am I like going the wrong way? Like, is there no copper around here? I thought there was a lot of copper around here. I thought this is where I farmed the copper before. Am I just dumb? Yeah, I just don't have fast travel, so I just, since I'm in Bree, I was just gonna do it in Bree. I mean, I can go to my, I can do a house you know, house teleport. Do I keep whetstones? I think I keep whetstones, right? Oh, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right. Hold on. There are a few. I mean, I know I can go to Edenloon or whatever the place is, the elf place, dwarf place. I know I can go there for free. I'm not. I mean, the Shire might be another one as well. There's a few of them that you get for free. I do remember that. Okay, give me a second. Let me run back. It's not like this place is bad. It's just I'm not seeing any right now. It's like somebody else is running around grabbing it, which is it's not to be. It's to be expected. Kind of irritating that I decided to do this and then someone's farming it. Oh, I kind of wish that the game sorry, the game kind of told you where you could find the ores. So like if I hovered over, silver, right? If I hovered over it, I wish it said, "Oh, it can typically be found blah," right? Kind of gave a generalistic area. I think that would be kind of nice, but so just Google it. All right. So we have Bree, Dunlin. I don't think this is the right one to do it from. This is gonna take me everything to the. Oh, that sucks. All right, let me go. This one won't let me go to the Shire, but let's check the other two. I hate that this place has three different places. It's got the west wing, the east wing, and then it's got this centerpiece. Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna go dig. But I wanted to check the this guy really quick, guys. Just in case it was here, I was just wanted to check this one as well. I don't think it's here because I'm pretty sure every time I've fast traveled to the west, I've done it from the west gate. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, but sometimes those war rooms can be places that I can't typically fast travel to, like the northbound one, right, and stuff like that. Kind of helps me get to certain places a little bit faster. That's the only reason why I check it out sometimes. All right, what do we got? Bree, Corlin, Ethan. Yeah, see, I can always do like Thorin's Gate for sure. One Fleet, North Downs, Shire. Here we go. I could have went to Hobbiton too, but it's not a fast travel, or it's not a swift travel. All right, so this hopefully we can get the copper done pretty quickly. Like I said, I think 120 copper will be more than enough. We have a chance to proc extras. All right. Is there a specific area that you like to farm it? Is it like over here or down here? Like, is there, or is it just fucking everywhere? Run on the road and you'll find it everywhere. I remember when I was in Bree and I was farming it the first time, I farmed it like along the road here and then up into here. That's where I should have tried originally, but okay. So just fucking everywhere. Got it. I'm down for that. Yeah, like I already found two. Let's go. All right. We're only up to 9. It's gonna take I don't know, 30, 45 minutes probably to get the copper we need. Then we got to move on to iron, which I'm trying to think of where it would be. I don't want that. I don't know what the fuck that does. But not about the scholar. I don't really give a shit. Um, I'm trying to think. After is it Lone Lands that has the next tier? Like after Copper? Okay, so yeah. So I need the barrel armors for iron first. I'm pretty sure, and that's North Bree. I do remember being finding a bunch of North. Okay, and then you said I could find the rich one also in North Downs as well. So I can just head north from Bree, do the barrel armor iron, and then right into ancient armor or iron. Saying armor, but I can do like I can segue into both just by going north. Yeah, and isn't that where I can actually align to the guild then too, right? Once I get to tier 3, I can go and talk to the guild dude and be like, "Yo, let me be a guildie," and then I can start crafting. I didn't do that quest. I hate it when I backtrack a zone like this and I find a quest that I never did. So obnoxious. I try to do my best to do every quest when I'm in a zone. Like every time I see one, I want to pick it up. When I see quests that I've somehow missed, it just pisses me. All right, so that's our goal then. Our goal is to at least get to tier 3. If I'm being honest, I'd like to push past T3. I'd like to push to the zone that I'm currently in. The only downside is, if I want to catch up on rep, I gotta farm the lower tier ores, materials, in an abundance to be able to do those rep crafts for a while without having to farm it too much. And if it starts at T3, which is North Downs, I'd have to farm way more than what I need just to get to rep. We are gonna run into a slight problem here with carry all space. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with some of the stuff because I have like a lot of wood in there. I have a bunch of just like mats and stuff, especially higher tier mats. And then putting all the lower tier mats in here too is gonna it's already fucking full. Like I have so much it's crazy how much is in there. Like I feel like I can go through it, I can get rid of like small stacks of things that have like less than 10 items that are like lower tier stuff that I probably won't touch. Or at least not for a while. I could probably go through and get rid of a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. But I feel like gemstones and things like that are just good. They get them all the time, and I don't really use them for all that much. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. So T1s and T2s can go. I don't. I wish they told me which ones were T1s and T2s, if I'm being honest. Instead of just having to guess, which is whatever. Honestly, it's just I can't jump. Can't my horse jump? Does the horse have like a cooldown on being able to jump? So fucking weird. Wouldn't jump. But yeah, you're right. Tier ones and tier twos can go bye bye. And I was, thing is like I kind of wanted to get rid of all the say like scholar things, but if I have to re-level scholar, I might as well keep them. Miss my jump. I don't know. I have to go through it. Maybe get some input from you if you're still around when we get to that point. Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, I don't tend to leave out the precious metals. Like those ones are a lot harder to find, in my opinion. They're not as in abundance as like the regular minerals. So, oh yeah, let's go on. Uh, so those are the types of things that I'm curious on. Do you think I should keep these like whetstones? I feel like they're probably not worth keeping. Oh, barrel iron. I guess there's some in the Shire too. Didn't know there was some up here. Okay. I'll just grab one here. I was just curious because I was looking and I was like, wait, those don't seem like they're worth it. And I'm pretty sure I have some. Okay. Guess I went to an area where it's not copper anymore. Gotta get back to reality. Where's the copper? There we go. Yeah, so this side over here is Pharaoh, iron. Not the big a deal, but slowing us down on the copper farm right now. I figured what I was gonna do is I was gonna farm up the copper I needed, get the copper craps all done, and then get rid of all the bronze and copper and tier one mats that we were talking about. Clear out some of our carryall space, and then start farming the barrow and ancient, and then go back and get both those tiers done. Kind of like my plan. Dun, 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 dun. Do we run into Barrows again? We go too far north? Some shit? Yeah. Not a big deal. Big South. Next, we have these. Yeah, these start quests. Alright, so yeah, let's get rid of these whetstones. And might as well keep the whetstones, honestly, until we craft the stuff. Cross this river without hitting the water. Tater salad. Ugh, only to 40. I feel like when I get further into the materials, though, they become way more abundant. Like, copper is just annoying. Ferro iron is tolerable. I feel like ancient iron is pretty easy, and then after that, it just gets really easy to find the materials. The precious metals, it does get a little annoying to find, but trying to find like ancient silver and those types of things, or the gold, those can be a little obnoxious, I feel like, but if I don't have to have those, except for the rep crafts, I just need the basic bitch shit to level it, then I'm fine with that. But if I needed to level it, that's annoying. I feel like I don't need this. Answer critical success? I don't need that. I don't need the dies. Don't need critical success bullshit. I don't need critical success bullshit. Go away. I'm gonna be completely honest though, guys. I am really fucking tired today, which is kind of why I'm in autopilot. I just want to do professions. My eyes are burning, my eyes are closing. I'm struggling like hell. I had 3 hours of sleep today. I laid down at 3 o'clock and I woke up at 6. I'm just fucking struggling. What up, mate? How you doing today? How's life, man? I feel like my stream title's a lie since I switched it up to do professions. So kind of feel bad about it, but it is what it is. Did I not hit update? Bro, I just pressed the done button. I literally typed in Waith or whatever. Uh, before I started the stream, I just didn't hit the done button. I actually typed it out. Look, it should be updated because it said I was level 69, and it said I was in Mirkwood. So I switched the level and I switched the location before I started the stream. I just didn't hit done. Kind of annoying. Yeah, I was just talking about it when he joined. Yeah, yeah, man. I don't know. Like, I'm not doing bad. I'm having a good day. Like, my day is great. It's just I'm tired. I went to sleep. Like, I did errands. Me and the wife, we went out to breakfast. We took care of her mom's animals. We went grocery shopping or whatever. I came home. I did the lawn stuff. So I mowed the lawn. I used my new weed whacker and edger. That was pretty dope. I did all that stuff. And then I took a shower. Ate lunch, and then I went to sleep at 3 o'clock. And then I woke up at 6, and I'm like, why am I awake? Go back to sleep, piece of shit. I couldn't go back to sleep. I was pissed. All right, we're up to 67. We're about halfway done, hopefully. Oh, there is also something in the Shire I still need to sit down and do one day, and that's the chicken minigame. I guess there's like some deeds with the chicken minigame that I haven't finished. You have to do the chicken minigame like a whole shit ton of times to unlock something that gives you a title or some shit. Like a hidden deed. Some shit someone was telling me about. So I got there yesterday, the day before, mate, on one of my characters, and I fought I think I had 10 or 11 entries. I did all 11 of them, and I beat them all time every time. I got a bunch of upgrades. I don't know how those upgrades really work. Are they the set standard ones for everybody in the same order, or is it random? 'Cause I know there's like a reset button as well. I don't know how that works. But I saw that. What the hell? Am I doing something like horse track? What's going on here? But anyway, yeah, I did him a few times. I haven't done it since, but yeah, I did kill him a few times. Ugh. Oh, also, am I correct in the assumption that this is reprint week? Because I saw yesterday that it said like the vote was for AFK games for next week, and I think it's already next week. Right? Medicated, what's going on? How you doing? Hey Ben, man. How's life? Thanks for the hydrate. Now I'm officially out of water, so I'll have to get some before we do the next one. It's going. I'm tired, but grinding and same old, same old. How's life, man? Yeah, yeah, okay, okay, sweet. So maybe we'll finally do a reprint this week if I have the willpower to do it. It'll be a lazy reprint. It won't be any like snapshotting or anything fucking super crazy. But we'll do some simple lazy reprints. Because I know for a fact my mining reprint is gonna fucking go through the roof. I haven't done a mining reprint in so fucking long. I'm just hoping I hit over 1 billion because I want to get that uh Equinox challenge done. Bro, I cannot be bothered to try hard that shit. Okay, there's no fucking way. Like, I'm not setting up an armor set specifically for EHP, getting a ton of HP increase, to then swap my gear, my cards, and my card set, and my foods and everything. Swap, like, make a full and utter swap to everything else skill efficiency after I've zoned in with the HP, get the HP snap. And then not only do I have to do that, but I have to do that for every zone, for each new zone that I go into for a reprint. So with mining, I want to say there's five, maybe six like zones. That's way too much fucking work, bro. And then not only do I have to do it on one character, but I have to do it on two characters. Fuck that. What's your other comment? Oh, resets. Okay, yeah, yeah. So, could you explain why you would want to reset then to take you back a thing? I don't understand why you'd want to, you know what I mean? Like, not gimp yourself, but why would you want to take back an upgrade you succeeded at? I don't get it. If they're set rewards for each upgrade, right? For each completion, why would you want to reset it and then just have to get it back again? Get it? Unless I'm understanding wrong. Ugh. Yeah, it's way too much work, medicated. Way too much work. Like for somebody as lazy as I am, like I don't mind doing a little bit of extra effort, squeezing out some percentages, but that's a lot of extra work. Now, if he had sets like presets in the game where you can set up a complete and utter set, like you can like let's say you have preset 1 and preset 2. Preset 1 you have set up with like the right armors, the right cards, the the right foods, right, the right prayers. It has everything set up on that page, and then you just click preset 1, you zone in, and then you click preset 2 and it switches you to your profession set. Like I would do it, right? That would have taken the time and the effort to make the sets, to make the presets, to get them all sorted out properly. And then all I have to do is just a very minimal click a button. Very easy. Like if he would introduce that, I would do it. But until he does something to simplify the process, I refuse. Okay. I mean, okay, so you're farming them maybe for like what? The item drops at a certain point? Is that what we're getting at? But if you kill them, you have to do a reset again, and then kill them, and then reset, and then kill them, and then reset. Like I don't know. I'm kind of being dumb right now. I think, but seems kind of weird. Okay, cards and items. That's what I assumed. Okay, and I understand the whole HP thing because like if he has too much HP, you can't really like one shot him or kill him or whatever. I get that. I just wouldn't killing him bring his HP back up and then have to reset it again and then kill him and then reset it again and then kill him and then reset it again and kill him. When you just have to keep rinsing and repeating that process, wouldn't that get really fucking tedious? Oh, I have two cats, two dogs. Yep, for sure. Everybody's great. Everybody's dandy. The big boy Bud, ever since we made the move up north, it seems to be doing better with his allergies. We have a new dermatologist for him that was kind of fucking mind blowing. If I'm being honest, that so in Florida when we lived in Florida, we had a dermatologist and they did a test to see what he was allergic to and everything, and they found out what he was allergic to, and they're like, "Hey, well, we'd like to, try this aromatherapy kind of thing that is supposed to basically train his body to not be allergic to things." So it was an extra shot he had to take, and he had to take it for a while, like like once a month. So it was like it was like once a week for like a month, and then it was like once a month after that. And he did it for like 2 years, and he never seemed to get any better. But when we moved up north, we went to a new dermatologist or whatever you want to call it, for him, and they knew the other person. They went to school together and they knew of each other, right? Because it's a very small community for dog dermatology or whatever. Um, and the first thing she said is, "Oh, I see. You know, you did the test, and this is everything he's allergic to, and everything. I see he had him on the therapy or whatever." And the first thing she asked, she said, "Why didn't he treat the yeast?" And we looked at her. The wife looked at her and says, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Why didn't he give you pills to control his yeast before trying all this other stuff?" And she says, "I don't know what you're talking about." So, long story short, this dermatologist gave us these pink pills that he needed to take 1.5 pills twice a week. So basically, 3 pills a week he had to take. So on Saturday and Sunday, he has to take 1.5 pills, each day. And it's basically supposed to not remove yeast because his like dogs' bodies. I don't know if humans are the same way, but dogs' bodies naturally produce, and he's allergic to that yeast. So he had yeast. He had so much like built up yeast because what happens is when the dog has an allergic reaction to something, it produces yeast. Since he's allergic to yeast, producing yeast makes him produce more yeast, and it's just this revolving door, right? And he has problems. But he had so much yeast, it was in his toes, and you could just see it in his toenails. Supposedly, I didn't know that that's what it was, but his toenail color proved that he had yeast in his toenails. So the doctor said, I want to get his yeast under control before we do anything else. So she put him on these pills, and we've been up here almost 2 years now. And let's just say, before we moved up here, this dog was on an Apoquel pill. I think one Apoquel pill a day, which is like not cheap. I think it's like $1 a pill or something like that, or more. And he was on a Ceto Point shot once a month, which is another like $60. And he was taking the aromatherapy, which is like another like $80 a month. So this dog was like costing an arm and a leg just in his allergy medications every single month. Um, and this doctor, in the course of fucking one session, completely flipped that upside down. We have not given him. So since we've been up here, we've given him, I think, 3 Ceto Point shots, and we are now down to half of an Apoquel a day. We just recently, like this month, started the half Apoquel because the yeast is finally under control. It's finally like at a manageable point. The dog hasn't been like going into flare ups, and bro, I'm not even exaggerating medicated when I say this. My dog, he would get into a flare, right? He would step on something, or an ant would bite his foot, or something, right? Mosquito, a gnat, something he's allergic to would bite him, or land on him, or touch him, or look at him wrong. And my dog would blow up like a fucking balloon. Like, I'm not kidding you. He came in one day and his foot looked like the size of my foot. I was like, bro, what the fuck did you do? Right? So we're looking at his foot. He's like not wanting us to really touch it. We're like, what the fuck? So we take him to the doctor. The doctor's like, I think he broke his foot. And we're like, how did he break his foot just walking in the backyard? Like, he was perfectly fine. He went outside. He came in, and this is what he looked like. Like, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna do an X-ray. He's like, well, the X-ray was inconclusive. I think he's got a broken foot. We're like, I don't think he has a broken foot. Right? Like, we're so confused at this point. So we told him he's like really bad allergies and all this other stuff. In the emergency room, they gave him a basically like one of the strongest fucking antihistamine shots they can give him. And he basically felt much better after that. He got instantly better, his foot went down, he just fixed, right? That's what happens to my dog when he's in a flare up. And we came up north, and he got a flare up when we first came up north. We took him to the doctor, and the doctor's like, I've never seen this happen before. Like, this dog's foot is so big is so swollen. Like he's like, I think it's broken. And my wife's like, okay, we went through this in Florida. It's not broken. He just needs a shot. He needs a Cedar Point shot or something, something to bring down his allergies. Because it's happened in Florida, and the doctor, he's like, "Oh, I'll trust what you say. If it's happened before, it's happened before. I'll help you out." What's this? Uh, Lighten, what's going on? Sorry, I was trying to read your name. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you for bringing your peoples on over. Hope you're all well. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? How was your day? I'm assuming you were probably playing Lotro as well. But anyway, so she took him up there, and the doctor said, I've been a doctor, I've been a vet for over 25 years, and I've never seen this before. Yo, thanks for the follow as well, Lighten. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And he's like, I've never seen this, ever, in 25 years. This is crazy. But, it fixed him. And then, like I said, we haven't had a problem since. Since that doctor put him on that medication to control his use, he has not, like, he's gotten itchy. He's gotten a little scratchy and, a little snorty every once in a while. We just give him a pretty solid bath, let him soak, give him a full Apoquel pill, and he's fine. So I'm pretty happy with the new doctor and everything else. So he's doing a lot better. He has torn his ACL again since he's been up here, so that did happen. He's finally feeling better after that. In the last couple months, he's starting to feel a lot better after that. But other than that, like, yeah, the dog's doing great. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, back to Brie. All right, so I think we can go back to Brie. I think we can finish the copper and we can get rid of some stuff. Um, Chill out on some Lotro stream. Hell yeah. Uh, you want to enlighten us a little bit on your Lotro stream grind? Progress. Like, are you brand new to the game? Are you a veteran? You've been around forever. Where you currently like grinding at, or questing at, or leveling at? Like, want to give us a little lowdown? No, I'm still in the same job. I've been in the same job for like 8 years now. Actually, I think this year is my 10th year for my job. So no, no new job. But basically we just moved. They let me keep my job. Right? 16, let's go. Hell yeah, you're like one of our other viewers, Calderon or whatever his name is. He's like 20 years in this game, roughly. He has like fucking like 80 characters or some crazy shit. Yeah, Cal's insane. All right, let me read mate's messages since I've just been yapping. Yeah, I think last time I saw you streaming, Medicaid, you had a puppy, a little doggo. Last time I remember. Could be completely wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure I saw a doggo. All right, let's get these copper bars made. Oh, we don't have any room. Okay. What else? Vendor? Sell to this guy. So. All right, that should give us a little bit of room to work with. Uh, okay. The Walls of Moria. Oh, bro. So this is my first playthrough, right? My main first character. I do have an alt that I was doing professions on, but we made the snap decision today to fuck that dude, and we're just gonna move the professions over to this guy, which is what we're doing right now. We're moving jewelry and metalsmithing over to this guy, so we're gonna start leveling it up, and then we're gonna get on the rep grind. But that's what we're doing right now. So we just to put you into perspective of where we're at. Um, I have like 2 months of playing the game. How many hours do we have? Like 420 hours. Um, So what we were first doing is we were doing it zone by zone, doing every quest we possibly could find. We were doing it in the zone, and we were doing every deed that we for our current level we could do. Right. Didn't realize there was dungeon deeds early on, so those we'll have to backtrack for. But I know a lot of the dungeon deeds require us to be max level to do the challenges, so I'm not really opposed to that anyway. But anyway, so we did every deed that we could do for every zone except for the level 50 ones in Edenloon over here. But we did all the other deeds that we could do for our current level as we were pushing through for this entire area. The only thing we, except for Aragon, actually, I think we did Aragon or whatever. But we're currently down here, right? But we went through Moria already, and Moria is the place that we stopped doing the deeds because this place broke me. I ended up taking a 3 month break because this place broke me. It was it was too much. I couldn't do it with how many quests there were for dungeons in this place. It broke me. So after I came back after a hiatus of doing like ARPGs and stuff, we pushed on. We finished up this zone, and we finished up Mirkwood, and then we were backtracking for chapter quests. And the chapter quests ended up bringing us to where we're at right now, which is Enedwaith or whatever. This is where we're questing right now. But today we started it today. I think we got about a third of it done, maybe a quarter of it done. Don't know exactly. Uh, but we decided to pull the trigger to change up our professions a little bit because I'm tired of dealing with my alt. But we did everything. We did. Okay, let me take it back. We didn't do the deeds in Bree because I didn't start doing the deed system until I got to Lone Lands. But we backtracked and did Swanfleet, Coraland, Shire. We did Edenloot except for the 50s. We did Evandem, Fortune, North Downs, Angmar, Trollshaw, Misty Mountains. We did all of those, and we did Aragon. That's all the ones that we basically did every deed for across the board, all the quests for across the board. It was a lot of work, but it was pretty fun. I really enjoyed it. That's kind of like where we're at now, but it's just one character like that we've been grinding on, you know. Yeah, I mean, like if you ever like need help with like a dungeon or something like that, feel free. Uh, we like to party up with people, so I do play Iron Man slash solo Cellfound. So I don't trade people and I don't use the auction houses or anything like that. But there's nothing opposing me for partying up with people to do dungeons. Dig, one of our viewers in chat, he plays the Blue Guardian, and then I was playing Red Bear, but Red Bear is Dead Bear, so we switched off of Red Bear, and now we play Yellow Bear. Since a lot of times when we party up to do things, we party with Dig, and since he's playing Blue Guardian, me playing Yellow Bear kind of just makes sense. I'm not a huge fan of the Blue Bear either. It's a little too many buttons for me. Uh, I'm very lazy. I'm very smooth brain, so that's what we've been doing at least. But like I said, we're currently. I was trying to do a quest the other day in one of the dungeons, but we didn't have enough DPS. So I don't know if you have a DPS around level 70 and you want to join us one night. You're more than welcome to. But we had to kill this cauldron. We have 3 minutes to kill the cauldron, and we were almost able to do 50% of the HP in 3 minutes between the two of us. But since I'm healing and he's tanking, we just don't have any DPS. Oh, then you boosted? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I want to do everything. So my general consensus across the board is when I'm playing a game for the first time, I try to make one character to rule them all kind of thing. Or I want to do everything I possibly can on that character. I'm talking accomplishments, deeds, achievements, dungeons, quests. I want to do it everything to experience all of the game in the entirety that I can before I make other characters and skip content. Also, you guys are about to hit an ad. You guys aren't already in the ad. I'm gonna wait a few minutes to keep on with the conversation. So I'll catch up on chat while we wait. Ooh, you sent me a little puppy picture. The puppy is so cute. Oh, he's so adorable. How adorable he is. I do have a question. I don't know. Can you hear me, medicated? It might be an ad. I'm kind of curious. He's fucking adorable. But I do have one question. Do you have a collar and a harness on that dog in the second picture? It's interesting. Normally you just have one or the other. Fucking adorable though. Yeah, mate. So I mean, I understood the resetting, and you could reset it all the time. But what I was curious on, mate, was you reset it from 10 down to 9. You go in, you fight the guy. Won't it automatically bump him back to 10? So you have to leave and then reset him again, put him back to level 9, to then fight him, to then upgrade him to 10, to then leave to reset him back to 9. And you have to rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Wouldn't that get really tedious and annoying? Oh, yeah. So you wanted the harness, so you had a little bit more control. Gotcha. Yeah, me personally, when I introduce my dog to other dogs, I don't want a collar. Now, hear me out on this. The collar is great for regular walks, for regular, just whatever. I honestly, my dogs don't wear collars when they're in the house. They only wear collars if they go on walks. Mainly because they don't get out of the house, and even if they do, they don't run away. Um, but I don't like the scratching. I don't like because the thing is like when they're wearing collars, it gets them itchy, right? It rubs on their neck. It rubs on their neck. They get itchy. They scratch it a lot. So I just don't make them wear collars. Period. Unless they're outside. But when you introduce them to other dogs, regardless if it's a good interaction or a bad interaction, if they get playing or they get messing around or they do like start snapping at each other, whatever, the collar can actually be a really bad thing because like a tooth or something or a paw can get stuck in it and it could really hurt the dog. So I usually never interact with other animals. Like the harness is perfect, right? It's a lot bigger, it's a lot bulkier, it's more down on the shoulders and stuff, not by the neck where they're going to grab for. Uh, and it gives you much more control over the dog versus the collar. So I usually take the collar off. So that doesn't happen, especially when dogs are playing. If the dogs are interacted and they're good and they're friendly and you want them to play, always take the collar off. You can always leave the harness on to a point, but always take the collar off. Like I said, you don't want the other dog's tooth to get stuck in the collar and it break their tooth. I've seen it happen and it's disgusting. I felt so bad for that dog. But yeah, I was just curious. I was like, why do they have both? Because like there are people around here that they never take their dog collar off, but then they walk them with harnesses. And I'm like, what's the point of the dog collar if you're walking them with the harness, right? Like obviously you want the harness for the more stability or control over the dog, and or some dogs pull, so they put a harness on them thinking that they're not going to pull with a harness. But the thing is you put a harness on a dog, they're more likely to pull, right? It's counterintuitive. All right, so let us. Okay, so we need to. I think we'll do 10. We'll do 8. Let's go. We need to go to. We'll do 8. Well, I know in your last message, mate, you said, oh, you can downgrade it like twice down to 8, and then you could fight it. So are you saying like you just reset it down to 0 and then you fight them all the way back up to 10? So you don't have to leave and reset it, leave and reset it, leave and reset it, leave and reset it? It's like this is your message. I can't even move it over. So your message just says, um, if you reset as many times as you want, it will take you down a one level. For example, if you reset it twice and you're at 10, it goes down to 8. Since you reset it twice, I get that, but it's every time you fight him, he's gonna go up. So let's say your cap is like 10, right? You can kill him, but once he's at level 10, it's too hard to kill him. So you have to downgrade it. So at that point, let's say you have 5 entries left for the day. Do you just downgrade it 5 times and then fight him 5 times? Like is that the the methodology here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Medicaid. He's fucking adorable. Absolutely adorable. Rolo? Oh, that's cool. That's a good name. That's a good name. I like that. Um, yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm a weirdo. Like I said, I don't like my dogs wearing collars when they're inside. Like I only put it on them when they're going out because it has contact information on it, stuff like that, and it gives me something to grab onto. I don't personally like I the thing is like I like harnesses, but I dislike harnesses. Mainly because harnesses kind of it's counterintuitive. Like you don't want them to pull, so you put a harness on them, but the harness actually makes them want to pull more. That makes sense. Because since the pressure is spread out across their whole chest, when they push, when they're starting to pull, it pushes spreads the weight out, so they don't feel the pressure as much. So they're more likely to pull, and they're more likely to pull harder. So it's like I don't know a good scenario where a typical use of a harness is worth it. Except for specifically when you need hand control over your dog. Right? Specifically, if you need to be able to hold on to your dog and have great control over him, something he can't slip out of and he can't do anything, you know what I mean? Like something with a lot of coverage, that's what it's good for. Especially like when you're introducing him to other dogs, where you really want to make sure you have a good handle on your dog. That makes sense. But other than that, um, I don't think we have enough copper. I might have to go back and make more. Um, Other than that, I can't think of another good reason for it. Like when it comes to walks, if you're trying to train them not to pull and stuff like that, you're better off with like a pinching collar. Like it might sound cruel, but I promise you, it's not. I've worn it myself. I would never put something on my dog that I wouldn't put on myself. Now, not saying I want to be walked with a pinching collar. I mean, let me be clear. I am not one of those people that wants to be walked around like a dog, okay? But just saying, it didn't hurt when I put it on myself, right? It pinched, it was uncomfortable, but it didn't hurt. Back in there, that sounds good, Dig. Yeah, that's really good. So some dogs naturally will just walk next to you and not cause any problems, right? Some dogs are really good about that. Some dogs are not. Like my dog, Buddy, the Lab Mastiff, he doesn't know his own strength and his own body size. He just walks at the end of his leash and he doesn't realize how much pressure he's taking, to his neck or whatever. We put a pinching collar on him and the dog just kept walking while being pinched. He doesn't realize it. He's just goofy that way. So I can't walk him with a pinching collar because he doesn't understand walking at the end of his rope like that causes it to pinch and he's not supposed to. He's just a goofball that way. So him, all we do is have to like pop his leash back a little bit, like pull on it backwards. And when it pops, he feels it and he realizes, oh, I'm at the end of my leash, and he steps back. And he's a really good walker. After that, you do that a couple times, and he finally starts paying attention. My other dog, on the other hand, she is a fucking brat and a half, bro. Absolute brat and a fucking half. So she is a really good dog. Let me just say that to begin with. She's a really good dog. But She is leash aggressive. She's never attacked another dog, right? Or anything crazy. But anytime she's on a leash, she's in defensive mode. She sees another dog, she starts jumping up and down and growling and barking. Really fucking annoying. Um, and I don't fault her for it. She's protecting mommy or whatever. And what's funny is no matter how much she's barking and growling and jumping up and down, she doesn't pull. She literally will stand right next to you doing it. And she'll lunge like one like a couple like inches, but she doesn't pull. That dog, we put a pension collar on her because if you don't, if you don't, you're in for a rude awakening. She will pull. But she gets like really fixated or focused on something, she 100% will pull. I don't really. I'll just whatever. Alright, so this one is done. Apprentice is officially finished for jewel crafting. Oh, alright. We're gonna have to go find some silver and stuff later. It sucks that we have to do silver for this. This one kind of blows. Finding enough silver to finish these is gonna suck. I feel like it's not even worth doing the rings and stuff. It really isn't, because like two ingots to make 8 XP versus 2 ingots for 6 XP, and then I can't do anything with the ring after the fact. But at least with this, the silver shavings, I can at least turn it back into a bar. So need to find silver. Okay, bronze time. So we need to make a bunch of bronze. So how much iron do? Where's the bronze? 4310. Okay, let's go buy 4310 really quick. Bro, did I just buy 500? I bought 500. That's not what I wanted to do. Fuck me. Let's go make this bronze really quick. Ah, that happened. If you want to wear color, wear it proudly. Bro, I promise. Not what you think. You fell over? Bro, Buddy, like I said, Buddy is such a goofball. He likes to like run a little bit. Like he'll go ahead of us and then he'll sniff something and then he'll fall behind and then he'll run and catch up, back and forth when he's not on a leash. Because we walk him not on a leash a lot of times because he's just a good dog that way. He hates being yelled at. If you ever want to fucking scare the shit out of that dog, just raise your voice and he will like piss himself. He fucking hates being yelled at. It's fucking crazy. All right. So we are going to get rid of this. This works. Why can't I? What the? Let's get rid of the whetstone. Get rid of this. Okay, put the bronze in here. Actually, get the bronze out because we're gonna need it. Don't know what to do with like half this shit, bro. Um, I'm gonna get rid of all the success chance stuff right now. Like, chunks, logs, moonstones, hides, X, adamite. What's this? I don't know what that is. die. I don't really give a shit about die. Criticals. And we could use these criticals when we get to the higher tier materials. So we'll leave the rest. Alright, we're gonna put that away. Because that's our next thing. Silver's gonna come up next as well. These are criticals. We'll get rid of those. We just get rid of these. I just keep them. I don't know what to do with them. All right. Sorry. Let me catch up on chat. Yeah, but anyway, so there was one day that he was running back up to catch up to me and the wife, and he fucking took the wife out. He hit her right in the back of the legs. Like I said, he doesn't understand the size of his body and how big he is, and he just slammed right in the back of her legs, and she just fell straight on her ass. Oh god, that was. I laughed. I couldn't help but laugh. I felt bad, but it was fucking hilarious. All right. Oh man. Yeah, so mate, you do what I was saying. So if you can kill up to like level 12, right? You'll reset down. Let's say you had 5 attempts, right? You would reset it 5 times, right? And you'd kill them 5 times to get back to where you were. So you can keep all your bonuses and benefits from being at level 12, but you don't have to keep resetting them over and over again, right? Oh, sorry, Medicated. Yeah, have a good night. I'll talk to you later. I was gonna say sweet dreams, but that's just a weird thing to say. Have a good night. I appreciate you for being here. God, that's so awkward, isn't it? Uh oh yeah, I love dogs, man. Dogs are so fucking chill. Alright. Let's make let's make this bronze really quick. I'm gonna get some water. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's so true. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back, guys. Oh, alright, I'm back. Yo, mate, I got a quick question for you. So I asked this earlier. Pilfer didn't have an answer for me. Dig didn't answer. I don't know if he knows the answer or not, but he didn't answer at least. Um, I got a quick question about my back. You might not know the answer, but figured I'd ask anyway, you know. Um, yeah, I was just giving a simple like numbers thing, mate. Not like a specifics, but just like trying to like give simple numbers to make it seem a little like easier to like talk about. But anyway, um, so my curious question is, so you remember I've been talking about like my back's been bothering me or whatever. So I was laying on the couch and I was like had a heating pad, you know, just like chilling, and I wasn't really feeling any relief, right? Like the heating pad wasn't really like make my back feel any better or whatever. It just felt hot, right? I was just hot. Not that was any other way to explain it. Um, so I put the pillows on the floor that were propping me up on the couch, and I laid on the floor with the pillows underneath my like middle back slash lower back with the heating pad as well. And you know, I started feeling the ache, right? Like the lower back, mid back, aching, like feeling. Now my question is, I get that all the time when I lay on the floor or sometimes on the bed or whatever, if I have a strenuous day or whatever. My question is, that ache that I'm feeling, is that a good ache? As in, like, it's a good thing that I'm feeling it because it means it's like relaxing and it's going to help it make it feel better? Or is it a bad ache and I shouldn't be doing that? Like, is it basically, if I feel the ache, should I continue doing it or should I stop doing it? That's kind of my question. I mean, that is my question, but that's pretty much what my question was like asked earlier. I'm just kind of curious because I was laying on the floor for like an hour. My back was just throbbing. Like it was hurting so bad doing that. It was like the aching was so high. But I don't ever like do that. I don't ever lay on the floor with like like with something underneath my back to like, relax it or anything like that. So not sure if it's just been decades of just stress or what. Yeah, I figured it was situation, but basically it's the muscles on the sides of my spine were like aching and like, you know what I mean? I feel like a slight pain, and then like I would tense up and then I would loosen up and then I'd tense up and then I'd loosen up. It's like it was trying to loosen, but the pain from loosening was causing me to re-tense kind of thing. That's what it felt like. All right, metal. So do like 32. Like I said, I've been trying to do more stretches. I've been trying to like use more heating pads and stuff like that, and rest my back more. And trying to like not like, because when I sit at my computer and I'm streaming, sometimes I won't rest against the back of my chair. I'll sit forward and I'll be hunched over because of my bad posture. Right, I have really bad posture. Throw that out there. I just always have, always will. There's not much I'm going to be able to do to fix that. But I've been trying to lean back in my chair more. Not lean back, but like actually lay against the back of my chair to allow for my back to not be fully engaged the whole time I'm sitting at my chair. So I've been trying to do that. Like I said, I've been trying to stretch more like my lower back, my legs, um, my glutes. I'm finding it really hard to find a good mid back stretch, like the middle of my back. Right? Like if we were to like look at it, I can't find something to stretch this part, like right through here specifically. Because like I feel like it's this muscle, whatever this muscle is right here, is the one that's giving me problems in the middle of my back. When I basically whenever I look down, I feel like mediocre pain, not pain, but like I guess it's like a dull pain right here in the middle of my back. And that's what I've been trying to fix. Like wherever this is right here. And I've looked it up and like I've looked at a lot of like videos and YouTube and Google of like how to stretch it, and like nothing seems to feel like it's stretching the way I want it to. It's not burning. It's more like an ache. Like I don't even know how to explain it. So I know what you're talking about, like burning as in like when I'm stretching, I can feel like a burn sometimes when I'm like overstretching. Just feels like a burning sensation. So that's bad, right? But just laying there, it just feels like a sharp like jab, and then it like subsides, and then another sharp jab, and then you know what I'm saying? It's like these random sharp pains that randomly just stab me, and then they go away for a sec. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. But like I said, it feels like the pains come and go with the it start to loosen, and then as it loosens, the pain comes in, and then my body tenses back up because it hurts, right? And then it goes back, and then it loosens, and then it pain, and then it loosens, and then pain, and loosens and pain, and it goes back and forth. And then it keeps tightening and loosening and tightening and loosening, trying to get it to finally just fully just let go and stop having the pain. But I think that's gonna take time if what I'm doing isn't bad. That's what I'm saying. I think the contractions. That's what it feels like. It just feels like muscle contractions are happening. Let's do like I said, it's like the muscles are like contracting and then like loosening, and then like when they're loosening, they feel like strain or whatever. Like the I don't know how to explain it, and they retighten, and they're just going back and forth in that state. Yeah, that's what I figured I'd ask. I mean, people know different things than other people. You know, you don't know what you don't know. I just figured I'd ask. Obviously, I know nothing, so I'm just trying to make the pain subside without going crazy about it. You know. All right. So we have some extra bronze bars we can get rid of. We don't need them anymore. But Apprentice is officially donezo. Now we need to go and work on getting silver and iron. All right. That's not what we wanted. Oh, I forgot this thing is fucking full. All right. Scholar, woodworkers. Um, yeah. Oh, metalsmith. So we can learn the metalsmith ones for sure, and the jeweler ones when they come up. Get rid of those. Um, we can pull these out. Those together. Okay. That can give us the 10 can go away, right? We can come back for that. Oh, look at all this stuff we have. Is there a way to but I want to see what will fit in here. Like I don't really care about dyes. We need to go through our stuff. I'm gonna try and save some space wherever we can. All these carvings and shit. I can just toss them in that way. Kind of annoying. This UI. Alright, crits. Get rid of. Making some good room though. Fucking lag though. Adamite shit. Okay. Runestone. Barrel? I don't know about the barrel shard. Okay, that's it. Barium? Oh, a lot of this is hidden. Get rid of all these. Hmm. Tempted to keep the metalsmith ones. Uh, it could help with proccing more stuff. It might not be worth it. We'll hold on to it for now. And the jewel crafting ones as well. I think we'll hold on to those as well, just in case. Alright, so what about leather? Those don't fit, so put all these back. Okay, leathers don't fit either. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, we got so much to go through. Alright. We can get rid of these because these are tailoring crit chances. Get rid of all the tailoring crit chances we can. Like, I don't have a problem with crit chance, but not super helpful. Done. What's the whetstones? Alright, I don't know what this is. We're gonna keep it. No, I don't. Alright, and then we'll get rid of the crits. Resins. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, I guess we get rhubarb as well. Asparagus. I mean, this stuff's probably worth keeping or cooking. But fuck it at this point. I probably won't ever cook, even though I kind of want to do the profession at some point. Leather? Let's pull out all of this. Let's see what will fit, what won't. Copper can go. Silver. Gold. Got all these ores. Alright, and then we got all this shit to just salvage as well. Alright. So what can we get rid of? Get rid of this. This. Obviously something that's gonna come back when we start mining again, but alright, we don't need the bronze anymore, so we put that in here. Just in case we ever want it later. Okay. Okay. I think that's everything. Kinda don't really care about the gems all that much. We do have room that we can just toss them in here. If we ever run into needing them. We are just gonna get rid of the shit at the end. I don't really give a shit about any of this. One day maybe I'll care, but I don't care now. That's not gonna. Okay, cool. Alright. I feel much better getting rid of all that crap. Alright. With that said though, we do have all this junk still on us. Like, I don't know what to do with these. I don't know what to do with this quest item that I've had for fucking ever. I think I'm just gonna get rid of. Can you fucking load, game? Jesus Christ. Was anything in screenshots? Okay. So I did say something about the doorway stretch. I haven't tried that one yet. And I've seen the cat cow stretch. That one I tried a couple days in a row and it didn't seem to do anything. Like I felt my back. Like I felt it like kind of doing something. Like I felt the pain that I was talking about when I looked down. I felt that, but it didn't feel like it was alleviating anything, right? And yeah, the thoracic rotation, I do that every day. I do that every time I lay into bed. I do that. I always stretch my lower back doing that. But the doorway stretch, that one I haven't tried yet. That was one I definitely wanted to try. I just forgot about it when I was going to try it the other day. All right, we're going to get rid of these because I just can't be bothered to deal with these anymore. I have so many of them on my other character that I'm just going to have to go throw away because I just don't care enough. But I have this one quest item. I don't know what to do with it. Like I can drink it, and I just drink it, and I don't know what it does. This is anti venom, so I don't know what to do with it. But we have all of these. And we have all of these to deal with. So I'm thinking we're just going to toss all of them in here. Deal with them later. Now that we have some room to work with. Eventually I shouldn't have to worry about them as much. Alright. Now that we have some fucking inventory space. We're feeling fine and dandy. Now we're gonna have to run north. I think we talked about this before. I think we're gonna head to north of Bree. For the barrows, iron, and the silver. So I think the goal is, I think it's supposedly over here. So maybe we'll go here and we'll just run along the ridge. Right. Oh, yeah, we're gonna need a ton of silver. That's the big problem. Because if we look at the jeweler one, 8 XP each, we need 280. Times that by 2, that's 4, that's 560 plus 280. So that's 560, 640, like 840 XP, and they give 8 XP each. So I need to do a minimum of 100 and what, 5 uh between the two. So 105 times, half of that, right? Less than half of that. So 105. It's less than half, right? Because I get 1 bar back every time. I feel like it only costs me 1 bar every time. So I need, what would that math be? Do I just need like 110 ore, roughly? 110 silver? And the same thing with metalsmithing? Roughly 110? Because like I need 2 bars to I think I'm, yep, wrong place. I need 2 bars to craft it, but then when I do the other craft, I get 1 bar back. You know, fuck it, we'll just do it here. I saw a bunch of stuff over here. So I'm torn. If it's 2 and I get 1 back, I feel like every craft should only need 1 bar in theory because I get 1 back every time. And if I need to do 105 between the two of them, do I need less than that? Do I need like 55 possibly? I think that sounds about right, but then it's like 2 per, right? So we'll just say like 110 safe. 110 is a safe number. A lot of silver, if I'm being honest though. The silver is not very abundant. Yeah, I'll have to try the doorway stretch. See if that helps any. I did have the wife order me a roller though, like a foam roller for my back, so we can give that a shot. See if that helps alleviate some strain. I'm kind of hoping I can get like a good solid pop out of my back because sometimes all I need is just one good pop and it just feels good, you know? All right, so we need 105 of each. That's what we're shooting. I would say to be safe, maybe 110. Probably more of an ideal number to shoot for. Gonna need a snack soon here. Wife bought me Chipotle this afternoon, and I got to eat it for dinner when I finally woke up. But I'm still a little hungry. Gotta figure out what I want to eat. But are you gonna be doing reprints this week, mate? I'm gonna assume so, since you don't know how long it's gonna be before we get another AFK one. And yeah, we might not get like massive increasements from your last time you did it, but you know, incremental increasements, what it's all about. We're not finding a lot of silver. See, this is the problem with jewel crafting is like finding the silver. Such a pain in the ass. Yeah, I think the forgetting is probably the hardest part for me. It's like I know I need to do something. It's like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I'll do it later. Right? And I just keep putting it off and putting it off and putting it off and putting it off, and then finally it's like, oh, I missed my chance. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I need to go. At least I know I can just head north and find the next tier. I'm trying to think of what I want to eat. Like, I'm really hungry. I just don't know what I want. There's not a lot in there unless I cook something. That's the problem. Like, we have a lot of food. It's just, I have to cook it. I'm not really feeling it. Is there a new, print document to use? For the Eidolon reprints? I don't know if I have the newest one. If they've updated it. It's been a long time since I've reprinted, so I'm assuming a lot's changed since I reprinted last. My back's starting to hurt sitting here. Oh, maybe I don't want to go any further. Yeah, we go any further south, we'll get copper again. Might already be too far south. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is I don't know if there's a new one or not, because the last one I had is kind of old. I feel like mine is really outdated. Um, I got this one, and this one doesn't match one someone sent me the other day in chat. Actually, I think this is the one they sent me in chat the other day. So like AFK fighting Gmush, right? This is chopping. This is mana snapshot. This is mining with HP snapshot. This is the catching with the fishing, and then the fishing spots with the baits, and the candy for siege breaker, trapping, V-man trapping, or V-man EXP trapping, and other shit. I like how it's just other shit. I don't know if this is the right one or not. Seems right, but I don't know how up to date it is. Like I said, silver. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna definitely get all the borrows iron before we get all our silver. Silver's just like the precious minerals are always just less abundant. Kind of annoying. Copper down there? That's just a weird place for copper when it's got fucking iron right next to it. Interesting. Copper. Iron around. Seems a little weird. Yeah, I don't know if there's a new one or not. I'd have to go and check like Griffey's Discord or something. And that thing's just a hot mess. Like it's well put together, but there's so much information there. It's just so hard finding exactly what I'm looking for sometimes. Like even using the search features, just it feels very difficult sometimes. And even that, like, I don't know how up to date Griffey's Discord's gonna be since he's been taking the hiatus. You know, I don't know if he's still like putting effort in and like putting out any type of like updates or information or updating guides or making any more videos or anything. Like, I don't know how that's going on because he's got a lot on his plate. Or if his community is continuing to put out updates in the Discord forum. Uh, Yeah, the problem with the silver too is not only is it less abundant than the raw material ones, precious metals are, um, but they have the same spawn locations as the regular materials. So in order to get the silver to spawn, you have to get rid of the raw material. Kind of annoying in that sense. Okay, so they did put out a new one. Interesting. Okay, so that person was like kind of taking over that role to help out. Technically, hasn't G always been sick? He finally is taking much needed time off. Yeah, I hope he gets to a good point in his health where he can come back because that was a great personality to watch. I loved watching Griffey. I didn't watch him as much as I watch other people, but when I did watch him, I always had a good time. Between him roasting some of the viewers and just the knowledge that he had and just the good vibes, like it was just great. Ads, oh no, ads be bad. So we need to go until we get to 105. 105 silver crown. And then we're banking on a couple like criticals on top of that. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Because we do have a couple of bloodstones we can. Well, so we go for 105. Bank on a couple critical procs. If we need to, we can use a couple of those bloodstones. Not a lot of XP, but it's fun. Slow and steady, man. Slow and steady. We're about a fifth of the way done. Wish there was a better way to get silver, honestly. I like the precious metals. Oh no, his horse, he got stuck. Stabbed his foot on the ground. Sprained his ankles. Sorry, horsey. Stupid ass commercials, this. Welcome back, welcome back. Silver, let's go. More silver, let's go. Huge. 3 silvers in a row. That's insane. Yo, what up, Kaz? How are things, man? Yo, Kaz, you might know. So we've been talking about back pain last couple days. Specifically my back pain. Um, so I've been doing more stretching, right? Uh, trying to stretch the glutes, the lower back, the hamstrings, the quads, lower back. Trying to do the middle back. Middle back I'm struggling at. Um, trying to get rid of some of this like soreness in my back, right? Not so much like sharp, just dreadful pain. More like it's like an ache that gets worse and worse. The more I sit, the more I, do things, exert myself. And then when I'm sitting down, I start getting aches and pains in my back from, you know, relaxing. So the question I asked Mate earlier, and Mate kind of helped a little bit, but I want to ask you and see your take on it, if you don't mind. Uh, so if I'm laying on the floor, right, with a pillow under my back, like my lower middle back, right, and I'm getting like aches and pains in my back, is that a good sign or a bad sign? Like, should I stop doing that because it's bad? Or should I keep doing it because it's a good thing that it's like loosening or it's doing something in a good way? Like, Mate made a comment that if it's burning, it's bad. But from what I described of it being like an aches and pains kind of feels like it's like loosening, and then it like as it's loosening, it's like oh my god it's painful, and then it like tenses back up and it's like going back and forth. um that it's probably not a bad thing, but the consensus was it wasn't good nor bad because we weren't quite sure. But I play one on TV. Let's go. um that's funny. Well, I'm saying it's not, it's like an ache, right? It's like I feel a sharp like ache, and then it subsides and it loosens, and then as it loosens it aches again, and then I tense from the ache, and then it, you know what I mean, like, and it just goes back and forth. Does that make any sense? Oh, I don't remember what my question was, mate. You just made a comment that that one person was doing the updates for G. I was just making the comment that I didn't realize that somebody else was doing it for G beforehand. And I'm assuming they continued on after the fact. That was pretty cool. And I just made the comment that I hope G gets to a good health point sometime soon and ish, so he get back to streaming because I really miss his content. Like, he's a really good person. Like, to like lose him as a streamer just sucks because I didn't watch him as much as like I should, I guess. Is the maybe not should, but that I could have. But every time I did watch him, it was just enjoyable. Once or twice a day. Like, I'm just trying to get into it, you know? Not trying to overstretch, but I am trying to like do it like once or twice a day just to get some stretching in. It's just like today, like I said, I put the pillows on the floor because I was laying on the couch with the pillows propping me up, and I had a heating pad and I wasn't feeling any type of like relief. So I put them on the floor and I put the heating pad there, and that's when I started feeling like, because the thing is, like, the aches that I'm talking about, I used to feel it even when I was younger. Like after a strenuous day, I'd lay on my bed and my back would just ache. And like, what I mean ache, like you said, if it's painful, stop. But the thing is, like, these aches are painful, but they feel good. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's a painful ache, but it feels good. It's like my back is like finally like loosening, like releasing its tension. And since it's been tense for so long, that it's painful. Does that make any sense? I don't know. I stretch like a couple times on each stretch for like 20 to 30 seconds. So it's only like 5, 10 minutes. It's not a lot. Like I said, I do a couple on like my legs. I do a couple on my glutes, and I do like my lower back. And I try and do my middle of my back, but that one's difficult. Like I said, it's probably not enough stretching, but I'm just getting into it. Like I said, I'm very unflexible, but I'm kind of hoping that the stretching I am doing isn't what's causing my back pain. So okay, so you think it's fun? Okay. I just didn't want to like do it because I thought it was feeling like that it was doing good, and then come to find out it's actually hurting me, not helping me, right? That's the only reason why I wanted to bring it up. Because like I said, we ain't doctors here. We don't know much. I was, but this last couple weeks, my schedule's been completely thrown off between me taking time off of work and being up during the day and sleeping at night, and then her mom being out of town, so we're taking care of her animals and stuff. I haven't had the free time to actually do my workouts in the last 2 weeks, but I don't per se do specific lower back exercises. Like I do some back exercises, mostly like reverse flies, um presses, lat pull downs, rows, things like that. So nothing particular to the lower back specifically, but someone did suggest, what are they, Supermans? Well, maybe not Superman specifically, but something similar to a Superman where you do one arm and alternate leg, and you do like left leg, right arm, and then you do left arm, right leg. Alternate them, and you hold that for a little while. Someone recommended that for helping my lower back strengthening, so I felt like I was gonna try that when I got back to working out. I was also gonna try a couple yoga sessions. Like I was going to just Google a couple like yoga, like at home yoga session things, and maybe do a little bit of yoga. See if that might help a little bit. Maybe throw in like a yoga session once a week for some core stabilization and stretching and stuff. Okay, yeah. So you want me to do like straight up Superman's? Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I said, the other one I think is like the entry level to a Superman, Kaz. Because you do one arm and one leg, but it's opposite of each other, and you do the same exact thing, but you just do with one arm and one leg at a time. I think it's the entry level. I don't remember what they call it. Yeah, exactly, mate. Like I said, I don't. I think it's like it, between like what you said and what he said, we're all on the same page. Like I was feeling the same way that you said it, mate, and then Kaz kind of reiterated in another way, and like I think yeah, I felt like it was feeling good and like it was doing right, but I just wanted to get some other points of views from other people from their perspective and kind of see if like I was just dumb or not. So, like obviously, if I go ask a physical therapist, they're gonna tell me don't do that. It's bad. Okay, do this instead. Right. Like physical therapist is gonna give you a completely different answer, but for Mr. Joe Schmo over here, like, you know, works for me. Oh man, a little bit further north. What you been up to lately, Kaz? Other than like your workout sessions and stuff. How's life been? Work things and stuff. Stuff and things. Oh, that's a really deep pond I just walked into. What games you been getting your ass into? What trouble you been getting into? Yo, 21, that's huge. Hopefully she didn't get too drunk if she's into the whole drinking thing. I feel like even if you're not a drinker, right? Like if you don't enjoy drinking, I feel like having one drink on your 21st is still like worth, right? Just for the experience, right? The rite of passage. That's good. I'm glad at least that's fun, you know? That's all that really matters. Good times, good times. Oh, that's crazy. Ah, does that make you feel old? He's 21. That's crazy. That's crazy. Jesus. Can you fucking just loot this bitch? Jesus. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what I was saying, mate. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Some people just don't like it. They have no need for it. They have no urge for it. I just feel like, as a person, you don't know what you don't know, right? And I'm not saying alcohol is good. I'm not saying drinking is good. I'm just simply saying, like, it could be a great casual thing. Like having one beer with some friends loosens you up, you know, lets you have like a little bit more of a relaxation time. It could if it's used properly, it's pretty it can be nice. And you don't know if you're gonna like it until you try it. That's why I say like on your 21st birthday, it's worth having one drink. Just to see if it's like up your alley. Right? And here's the problem though. It's putting that much pressure on a single drink is hard because there's so many drinks. There's so many different flavors, there's so many different variations, and some are harsh, some are mellow, some are sweet. You know, you just don't know what you're going to get into. So it's really hard to just take one drink on your 21st birthday to see if you like it or not. I don't know. I still think it's worth it. Titan Quest 2? Oh yeah, I remember that came out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It looked good. Oh, it looked really good. Last Epoch. Oh yeah, so I started Last Epoch on Saturday, and I am so just take this with a grain of salt, Kaz. I've tried Grim Dawn. I've tried I played Path of Exiles. I've played all of them, and I truly dislike Last Epoch, and it's not because the game is bad. I purely think it's 1000% the reason I dislike Last Epoch is the gearing system is too complicated. It's too annoying, right? There's too many different rarities. There's too many different variables that go into the items. Between getting the RNG chance of the item rolling the right stats you want with the right tiers that you want, and then using the currencies to possibly increase the rarities or the rolls or whatever, or changing the rolls, but you only have so many attempts at it with how much points it has available on the item, and then trying to find the same exact thing but with legendary potential on it and stuff like it's too much. And then to add it on top of that, as you're leveling and even at the end game, it's like as you're playing through the game, you're like, all right, well, I leveled, so I got to deal with my passive points, but I also got to deal with my skill points for all my skills, for the skills that I'm going to be putting in and leveling up those trees. And then I have like my Atlas passive tree as well. And then I have to deal with the what are those things? Those like runes or little statue things, relics. Gotta deal with the relics plus your gear. Like it's it's so much. Like yes, Path of Exiles has a lot, right? It's complicated. And it's mostly complicated because of the inner workings and the combinations of items and skills that kind of mesh together to make like multiplicative gains and just you know what I'm saying? Like it's that kind of complexity from Path of Exiles, on top of like how much content there is to do, like different league mechanics, different ways to craft gear, different like uh content to obtain different items and like Path of Exiles has its own complexity level, but I feel like Path of Exiles' complexity level is very simple at the same time. It's not so much that it's hard as it is just overwhelming information. And it's not that Lost Epochs it's hard. It's just so much RNG and grinding. Like you have to like let's say you're looking for a specific legendary that drops off of a specific echo boss in a specific location that is rare to find and it has a low 20% drop chance and you're looking for a specific drop, right? That specific legendary that's dropping with like legendary potential of X. Do you know how long you're gonna sit there and fucking grind for that piece to finally get lucky and hit it? Like fuck that, bro. No, no, I can't. Like I would rather go into Path of Exiles and farm Eater invitations to run Eater over and over and over again. You know, I have to run like 50 fucking maps to get one Eater invite, and then I run one Eater invite for a chance at an Ashes. I'd rather farm an Ashes than farm up legendary potential. What 1000%? Fuck that shit. But that's like my problem with Last Epoch is like I think it's a really cool game. I think it looks good. I think it plays smooth. I think it has potential when it comes to builds and complexity and just smoothness and just enjoyment of the play. But I just think gearing itself is way too complicated. Like I feel like the gearing in that game is more complicated than crafting in Path of Exiles. And don't get me wrong, Path of Exiles crafting is fucking annoying, right? It's complicated as fuck if you're actually trying to like be advanced crafting and do anything like super advanced and high tier. But I still think Last Epoch is just more annoying, way more annoying than the crafting in Path of Exiles. Now, I think it's better than Path of Exiles 2 crafting by far. Now, Path of Exiles 2 crafting could fucking suck it. That shit can straight suck a big ol' wiener. But I don't know. I think I made it to like level 35 or 36 in 2 days on Last Epoch. And I'm just trying to play my druid. I'm trying to be a bug this time instead of a bear. That's what we're working on right now. Last drink was 2020. I don't either. You know, guys, if I'm being honest, I used to drink a lot, especially when in the military. Um, I used to drink a lot. And, you know, it's funny. After I got out of the military, I kind of stopped drinking. I don't even remember when I got out, if I'm being. It's been a long time. Because I've been at my job for 10 years. I think this year is 10 years. January. Yeah, I think January was my 10 year. Um, and then I was at ITT Tech for like 3 or 4 years before that. And I think I was out for a year before that. So I think it's been like 15 years since I've had a drink, roughly. Now, don't get me wrong. My wife's mom has handed me a drink a couple of times, and I've taken a couple sips. But I haven't had an actual, like, legit drink. Like, don't get me wrong, that is drinking, right? Like, we're being technical here. But what I mean by drink is, like, I haven't had a full drink. Like, a full shot of alcohol or a full beer. Like, I don't even drink beer, but you know what I'm saying. Like I haven't had a full glass slash shot. Like I've had a sip just to taste something, but I haven't like actually drinking. thing fucking ever. And even the last time I took a sip of alcohol has been more than 10 years. Yeah, it's been a long time. I just I lost the like urge, right? It's like I never really understood the drinking. Like I only drank because like all my friends did, right? My friends in the barracks and stuff like that. My cousin, everybody like we would all just drink and hang out and just do stupid stuff as kids and you know what I mean? Play around the fire, blow up fireworks, hit golf balls, shoot pellets, pellet guns and stuff like that. Just do stupid stuff. It was just one of those just things. And then when I got out of the military, and I mean, I didn't really have any friends. I still don't have any friends because I don't really converse with people all that much. I just have no socialness, right? Like drinking just to drink, just that's alcoholism, right? Um, if I'm gonna drink, it's gonna be socially. I'm gonna do it with people, hanging out, doing stuff, right? Like, I'm not gonna just drink to drink. And I don't hang out with people. And then when I stopped drinking, I just kind of realized, like, what's the point? Like, I spend a bunch of money on alcohol to drink a shit ton, to get drunk, where I'm like wobbly, can barely walk and function, to then have headaches the next day because I don't have enough, like, I'm dehydrated or whatever. Like what? Like it is all downsides. It's all negatives. Like where's the positive here? Welcome back. Welcome back. Nice long break. Yeah, I kind of need one. I need to go make something to eat. And stretch a little bit because my back's killing me or starting to hurt. So it's just like I kind of got to that point where I was like, I had a realization that it was just like, why? And I just said, fuck it, I'm done. And I just cold turkey, just poof, stop drinking. I'm that kind of weirdo that when I finally like have a realization of something, I don't have a problem just completely cutting something out of my life. I've never had a problem with it. People, uh, you know, items or like experiences, things like that. Like I don't have a problem just cold cut turkey cutting things out of my life. There are some things that are harder than others, right? Like for example, cracking my knuckles. No matter what I do, it's so ingrained in me natural like just unconsciously. I crack my knuckles without even thinking about it. I'll be sitting here just watching a movie or like TV or whatever. It's just like I wouldn't say a nervous tick, but it's just a habit. I just sit there and just like I feel an ache in my palm or my hand or my wrist and I just pop it. Like no and ifs buts about it. Did I not pick that up? Still there. So it's just like that's something I can't do. Like I cannot stop cracking my knuckles. I have been trying for years, and I'll go a couple days, maybe a week or so, and it just I don't know where to start popping again. I'll just I'll stop thinking about it, and then I'll be like, oh shit, I just started cracking my knuckles again. Fuck, it's so hard. Never started drinking it, so can't stop. I mean, it's not me, but it can be. I'm not saying it leads to arthritis, but it definitely doesn't help. Right, cracking your knuckles. Like it has benefits, but it also has cons. Like, it has pros and cons. That's the problem. Is I can tell you from experience, like I never had wrist problems growing up. And then I broke my wrist. And after I broke my wrist, I started getting wrist pains. And then I started popping my wrist because I was getting wrist pains, right? It hurt, so I would squeeze it and then it'd pop, right? And then uh after I started popping it to get rid of that pain, I was getting regular aches in them and I'd have to pop it to get rid of the aches. So it's like this revolving door, like these aches are coming back and in order to fix it, I had to pop it, but the popping is what probably started it. Right. Same thing with cracking your knuckles. if you never crack your knuckles in your life, then you're not. I mean, you'll get aches and pains in your hands, but it's not like a joint ache. I feel like it's a different ache. It's a different annoyance, right? Uh, and then when you pop it, it like releases all those gas bubbles and stuff that are building up in there. I feel like once you start popping it, you start letting like those gas bubbles that are starting to get in there, which is what causes that ache and that grind feel that makes you want to pop them. So you kind of start the engine by doing that. I don't know. I don't know exactly how it all works, but that's how I feel. Right. As I said, I'm not saying that it does, but I'm just saying there's no way that it doesn't. Not doesn't, but there's what I'm saying is like I'm not saying it does cause it, but I'm saying that there is always a possibility that it could like not cause it, but could like push you in the direction of getting it. Right? Does that make sense? It's kind of like smoking doesn't cause cancer, but it definitely doesn't help. You know what I mean? You can get lung cancer by not smoking, right? But smoking definitely makes it worse. But cracking your knuckles can cause damage to the skin? Interesting. I never heard that one. Is it like a stretching? Because you're pushing down on the joint, causing like the skin to stretch or something? No, I get that, mate. But from my understanding is the getting rid of the gas bubbles and stuff can since they're no long since you're getting rid of them, now the joints um don't have them in there anymore. So there's no buffer in the joint anymore. And I think where I'm going with it is like I don't think it causes it, but I think if you have arthritis, like starting to get arthritis, and you crack your knuckles, I think it evaporates or exacerbates the the arthritis, right? Because you're getting rid of any buffer in the joints by popping the knuckles. I guess is where I'm going with it, where like my thought process is with it. That's how I feel at least. That one sounds familiar. Is there an actual anime for that, or is it just a book? Yeah, I could see that, Dave. Because like I said, when you're cracking your knuckles, you're like pushing down on them, and you're like, yeah, it like pushes the skin in certain ways where I can see it like causing like wrinkles and or lines or stretching or the skin and stuff like that. I could see that kind of stuff. Interesting. I mean, I'm not, I'm kind of getting to the point, Kaz, where I'm not opposed to an audiobook. And the reason I say that is because I watch a lot of anime, but a lot of the anime that doesn't visually like catch me or impress me, I leave on and I just listen to more than I watch it, right? And at that point, it's more like an audiobook, right? I do like kind of see the images out of the corner of my eye when I'm not like, you know what I mean, like when I'm sitting there. But it's more along the lines of I'm just listening to the story and the conversations and what's going on in the thing rather than I'm watching the fight scenes or anything crazy. Yeah, would you put that in the Discord, the anime channel? I know it's not technically an anime, but could you put that in there so I can look it up later? I really need to take a 5 minute break to go stretch and get some food. I'm just trying to get this grind done. Oh my god, I'm not even halfway on silver, bro. I'm almost done on the iron, but I'm not even halfway on the silver. That's fucking crazy. There has to be a better place to find silver. Really? That's interesting. Because I can tell you from personal experience, mate. Like I've been cracking my knuckles ever since I could remember. My mom used to do it to me when I was a kid. Um. Ugh. Anyway. Um. And I can tell you right now, I have a lot of like aches and pains in my hands ever since I could remember. Like my hands have always been sore. My hands have always like struggled at uh long dexterous activities, right? Like if I have to grip something for long periods of time or be very like delicate and blah blah blah, right? That kind of stuff. I have to use my dexterity of my hands for long periods of time. It's hard. My hands cramp, my hands start hurting, right? It's painful. So I don't know if what that means. It's I've had that for a very long time. Been like that for God knows how long. And the only thing that like makes the pain kind of go away is popping my knuckles. And then even then, like it only kind of somewhat alleviates the irritation. So I don't know if maybe I have some sort of arthritis or not, but it's always been that way. Ugh. But at the same time, it could just be the fact that I don't ever stretch my anything. Like I'm trying to get more into stretching, but I never stretch my forearms. I never stretch my palms. I never stretch my hands. I don't stretch my arms all that much because I really struggle at stretching like my arms. Like I have such a problem stretching my arms because every time I like pull my arm across my body to like try and stretch like my tricep or my shoulder or something, I feel like I'm choking myself. Like my muscle from like my shoulder slash my chest, it's like it feels like it goes into my throat, and I feel like I'm gonna pass out. So it's just like I try, and I can never feel a stretch for my triceps doing that. Like I feel more of a stretch if I put my arm over my head and I pull it down. But that even is really hard because putting my arm up like that, kind of like I don't know. I feel like my shoulder is pushing into like my carotid artery. I feel like I'm gonna pass out sometimes. Like it's really hard for me to stretch my arms. That shit fucks me up. All right, Kaz or Dig, do you know of a better like? Is there a good place to farm silver specifically, or is it just RNG like in the what I'm currently doing basically? This shit's annoying. Silver can suck it. I hate precious metals, man. Precious metals are the hardest thing to fucking come by. They're like a 50% chance compared to like I feel like you get 50% less precious minerals as you do like raw minerals. Yeah, is it RNG? That's what I thought. Because I know they spawn in the same spots that the minerals spawn in. Like they have the same spawn locations. So in order to get it to spawn, you have to get rid of the mineral that's there to give it a chance for it to spawn, kind of thing. Unless you know where all the spawn locations are, because I'm pretty sure the silver will just move from one spot to another spot that's open. So you could probably leave the iron and then just run around looking for the silver, but you have to know where all the spawns are, because if there's a spawn that you're not finding, then that silver's just gonna sit in that spot permanently until someone finally gets it. Uh, I want to say it's my deltoid. It's the top of my shoulder that really gets me. Well, depending on which stretch I'm doing. So, when I put my arm in front of me, it's more like my bicep and my chest kind of like squish together and push up into my neck. But if I put my arm over my head, it's this top part, like the actual shoulder, like this part pushes into my neck, and it like just feels like it's cutting off the fucking blood supply to my fucking brain, dude. Like I don't even have big biceps, and my chest isn't that big either. But I just feel like with how far I have to pull my arm to get a stretch, it feels like it just squishes all of that stuff into my neck. Like my neck just feels very susceptible to being squished when I'm stretching my arms specifically. I feel like it makes it hard to breathe, and I feel like I like start losing blood flow. It's like pushing on the arteries. It's really annoying. So I try to avoid it. But the forearms stretches where I can like pull my fingertips and backwards, or push my palm down or whatever, trying to like stretch my wrists and stuff. I should do those more often, especially since I do nothing but sit on the computer, play video games, and typing and stuff. Really, I should really stretch that way more often. But it's just not something I think of. Like my type of thing is like when I'm sitting there waiting on like my food to cook, like if I'm waiting on some water to boil, or if I'm waiting on like microwave to go off, I sit there and I just do push-ups, right? Or I do some squats, or I walk in place and like do some high knees and stuff, right? Like I'm not thinking, hey, let's stretch my wrists. That's not what pops into my head. Stretching is not what pops into my head. Not even a little bit. It really should though. We're getting some silver though. Let's go. Fucking awesome. Oh, but anyway, Kaz, if you're kind of curious on why we're running around these zones getting this low tier materials, I got kind of fed up with uh having my ult for my crafting. It's good in practice, like in theory, but in actual like practice, I guess practice was the wrong word for it originally, but yeah, in theory it's good. Like on paper it looks great, but in actual practice, in all reality, it's fucking annoying. Because having to transfer the goods to either my home personal storage, or putting it into the carry-all and then transfer the carry-all via the home storage to the other character, and then having to transfer it back, and just having to teleport the characters from one place to the other to do so, it just gets really fucking tedious. And I would rather just have my prospector make all the stuff that requires prospecting, and not have to send the carry on back and forth, back and forth. You need to find someone to repair really quick. So that's why we're doing this. We're working on leveling up the professions, so we can catch up to where my other one was. So we finished the first apprentice one. We're currently on journeyman, and we're trying to farm up all the materials we need to go and get it done. Uh, if my math is correct, which is probably not, I need roughly 105 of each bar. So 105 silver bars and 105 uh iron. So we have more than enough iron, but we're only about halfway, almost halfway on the silver. So we're gonna be a hot minute trying to finish the silver up because the fucking precious ores are so fucking obnoxious to find in comparison. I'm tempted to stop getting the barrel iron, but I'm worried if I stop getting it, that silver won't spawn as much. But anyway, that's what we're doing. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And once we get to tier 3, we could actually start. We could get into uh the crafting guilds and start working on a rep, which is kind of like what we wanted to start doing. Kind of like why we start throwing this together. I want to start working on the crafting rep so I can start making actual jewelry for my character and actually start making some gear for my character, get myself into some actually decently crafted gear. We took a break from our questing, which, FYI, I followed the campaign or the chapter quest, and it ended me up here, Enedwaith or whatever it's called. We got about a quarter of it done, roughly, maybe a fifth, and then we decided to stop to come and get our professions all sorted. But Kaz, this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're gonna be on PoE 2 if you want to come and join us. My plan is, unless they give me a druid, play a bear, I'm probably gonna play a titan again, like a marauder titan, and I'm gonna try and put together the slam build I was trying to put together last time. So I'm probably gonna start off with a shout build, and then segue into stampede, uh, thunder slash hammer of the gods build. That's kind of like my plan. Yeah, so from my understanding, so not only did they add trade, and supposedly it's somewhat like old school 2000s trade where you have to teleport to that person's hideout and there's like a shop, like a vendor shop that you have to access to buy the item from the vendor shop, which kind of just gives me old school 2000 vibes where you're like walking around a town and you just see people with shops open everywhere. Kind of what it gives me vibes of, which in my opinion, it's fine, but there's a very very small minute chance that somebody shows up before you do to buy the same item and the item's no longer there. And don't get me wrong, someone made a comment, it's like, oh, that's the same thing. It's like you message somebody and somebody else messages them. They don't answer you, but they answer them and they get the item before, you know what I mean? They get the item because they messaged before you. And you're not wrong. It is very similar. But the difference is if I send a message and you send me a party invite and I join your party and then I come to your hideout, someone else isn't gonna just randomly show up and buy it while I'm in the process of doing the trade, right? If let's say you try to load into someone's hideout to go and buy something, but you have long load times for some apparent reason, right? Because region differences or whatever. Let's say it takes you like 2 minutes to load in, right? And like, all right, well, I'm loading, and then somebody else has faster load times. What if they show up and they grab it before you grab it, right? Or if they're like 2 seconds in front of you, right? Like, if it was the other way around, if I had to message and lock it in that I messaged first, then it's mine. Right? Versus this, I click the button to teleport, and if it took me too long to teleport versus somebody else clicking the button to teleport, then I lost out on that item. Very, very small chance that that would happen, but it is possible. Exactly. It's just like an auction house thing. The only difference with the auction house though, Kaz, is it's not a load time issue. It's just a timing issue where you saw it and someone clicked it before you did, right? I'm specifically talking in terms of like, let's say you did a search, the item just came up, like you have a live search active, poof, it popped up. You're like, oh shit, I want that item. You click the button, and let's say they're in fucking Japan, and they're in like, it takes you like fucking 8 minutes to load into their fucking their hideout. I'm obviously exaggerating. I've had really long load times before in certain hideouts. That's why I'm bringing it up. Well, let's say you have like a 1 minute to 2 minute like fucking load time getting into their hideout. In that time period, even a 30-second load time, that gives somebody else 30 seconds to see that item, click the button, load in before you, and buy it before you can buy it. It's different because if it was an auction house, you saw the item posted and you clicked buy before anybody else, you get it. Just because I clicked the teleport button before anybody else doesn't mean I get the item. It doesn't lock me into getting that item. See the slight difference there between the auction house purchases or the trade system of messaging somebody and then replying to me and like kind of locking me in? It's a slight difference, but it is very minute chance of it happening. It's very minor. Like the odds of it happening are pretty slim, right? And like you said, at the end of the day, who the fuck cares, right? It is what it is. Wait for the next person to put it up. You know what I mean? Somebody else will sell another item. That's the only problem I can see with it, right? That's literally the only gripe I can see with the trade system. And I'm fine with it. I'm so much more I'm so much more thrilled to know that there is a trade system in place than there to not be a trade system. I don't care how bad it is. If I can sell while offline and I can purchase things when people actually I don't know, can you purchase things when people are offline? That's a good question. Do they have to be online? Like logged in and online for you to actually trade? You can? Okay, that's sick then. Yeah. Because if you can buy things from people that are offline, that's fucking fantastic. Because that is the biggest problem now is with the current system, it's they have to be online, they have to be at their computer, they have to actually respond to you, right? So when they're in a fucking map and they can't be fucking bothered to respond to you because they're fighting a boss or they're in a map and they don't want to stop what they're doing to make 50 divines because they're making even more than that doing their map, whatever the fuck their logic is. Like, it's annoying, right? You message 50 to 100 people to try and find an item, and no one wants to fucking answer you because they're all too busy. But there's thousands of them posted, and no one just wants to answer. But at least this way, they don't have to. They put it up, they forget about it, and that's it. You show up, you buy it if you want it. You know what I mean? It's so much better. And the fact that I can post a bunch of things, go to sleep, wake up the next day, and have a bunch of currency sitting for me is insane. I love that. If they would bring that to Path of Exiles 1, I would be in love. I stopped trading in PoE 1 years ago. Like, I buy things from people occasionally, but I never sell. Like, I do, like, big ticket items. Like, if I find a unique on the ground, I'll price check it real quick. I'm like, oh, that's worth something. Okay. You know, like when I was doing blights this league, I kept getting the blight helmet to drop. I dropped like 3 of them. Actually, I left one on the ground not thinking it was worth anything. And then the second one, I price checked it and realized it was 15 divines. And I was a little pissed that I left one on the ground. But I found like 3 of them. And I sold 3 different ones for like 15 and 17 divines each. It's pretty crazy. But I don't, like I said, I don't really sell all that much. I just can't be bothered to price checking everything and then posting it and then waiting for someone to message me and then piss me off that they message me say, hey, I want to buy this. I invite them in less than 5 seconds and they accept my party invite and then I'm waiting for them in my hideout, then they leave my party and never join my hideout. And I'm like, are you gonna buy my item? Oh yeah, sorry, someone else got back to me. It's like, bitch, you were in my party. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't care if someone got back to you. Don't accept my party invite. And then when somebody else messages you, be like, oh, I want that one instead. And just like fucking leave. Like, suck it the fuck up. Like, you were impatient. You didn't give that person any time. You wanted that item that bad compared to mine. You should have waited and waited for a response and tried to message them a few times or something. But anyway, like I said, that's it just pisses me off. I hate having to interact with people. I hate having to wait for them to message me or to give me an answer or XYZ. That shit just pisses me off. And just like it's just annoying. So knowing that I can like trade without having to actually interact with them and they don't have to be online, it's just really nice. And it allows for me, like I said, to post something. Like it allows me to post like low level gear too, right? Like leveling gear and like simple gear that if like a character is just starting out, you know, needs like some starter gear, like it allows me to post that stuff and they can buy it for cheap and I don't have to interact with them. Yo, thanks for the hydrate. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Because like in PoE1, you get mediocre gear all the time, like a decent 2 prop HP, you know, with like two reses or something like that, or it's like a good double or triple prop. That would be really good for like someone just getting to maps, right? Or even clearing some of the in-game campaign or whatever. It's like something to get them started, but it's worth like 1 chaos. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not usually worth your time to leave a map to trade for 1 chaos. But if I can post it up, I can put like 50 to 100 items. Obviously, that's exaggerating. I don't know how many items you can do, but I'm just saying. I can put up like 50 fucking items for 1C each. Go to sleep, come back, some of it's gone. I can put some more stuff up. You know, I can just keep it full of just 1C trades and just let people come in and just do whatever they want to do. It just allows me to get like a flow of just like currency for dog shit ass items that otherwise would have just gone to the trash can. Thanks for the hydrate. It's about I'm gonna drink. Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're anything similar to me, Kaz, the first time you get into a game, it kind of consumes the fuck out of you, and you're just stuck on it for months, just absorbing all the information, testing things, trying things, experiencing things, having a fucking blast. But the next time you go into it, then it doesn't have the same appeal. It loses like all its fresh smells, right? That fresh car smell is no longer there. The feeling of excitement isn't there, and the enjoyment from learning and testing things out isn't quite as high. It's fun still, but it's not quite as fun. So instead of playing it for 5 months, you might only play it for like 3 months, right? You might just get bored too early. That's what happened to me with PoE1 year after year after year, right? I went from playing it like for 3 months every league. Like every league I would make like 15 characters. For like the first like 6 to 9 months I played the game. I just made so many characters every single league. I played every league like almost the whole time. Like I played so much PoE when I first got into it. And then I finally just was like, yep, I've kind of done everything I want to do. I've tried everything I want to try, and I just my playtime dramatically cut in half, and then cut in half again, and now it's down to like I barely play it, even though I love the game. And like I said, it's not about feeling fresh or new. Like I need that too in every game I play. Like if I'm not fresh, then I won't even like look at it. Right? But I'm just talking in terms of like the playability isn't as high as it was before because you've already tested things, you've already tried things, right? You're not going to try the same thing you did before. I mean, you will, but it's not going to take you as long, right? Like before, you might have tried something for 50 hours, right? Been tinkering with it, learning it, experiencing it. But now that you've already learned it, now you're just trying the change. You're testing it out with the changes or the nerfs or the buffs or whatever. Maybe trying it with a new item or a different aspect. So it's not going to take you 50 hours this time, right? It might only take you 20. That's what I'm saying about like the amount of playtime is going to be dramatically less than it was before because there's not as much learning going on. You've already done most of the upfront learning in the beginning. Now it's learning the new stuff, adding more to your toolbox, right? Adding more to your knowledge base, testing newer things out that you know weren't a thing in the past, or you know tweaking it because you like had problems with it before, trying to find a new way to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's really hard for me to really put it into words, but I feel like the more you play it, the less playtime you're gonna put into it. If that makes any sense. Like, not a lot of people are like the Zizzes and Steel Mages and stuff like that, where they have 30 plus thousand hours in the game and they still play it for 3 months every league. You know what I'm saying? Like, very few people are like that. Uh, And I don't know. You might be one of those people. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna discredit you. I'm just saying, like, most people I feel like are kind of like more like me, where not as extreme as me, but they're more in line with like how I do things. Like, you play it to learn it, and once you've learned an aspect, you don't need to relearn that aspect. So the playtime is dramatically shortened because you're not learning that aspect anymore. You've already learned that aspect, so that shortens the amount of time that you need to play it because you don't need to learn that aspect. Now you're learning another aspect, and then you're learning another aspect, and the more aspects that you learn, the less time you got to put into the game, right? Because you already learned everything you want to learn, and once you've learned everything, you're just learning the new stuff, and the new stuff typically isn't all that time consuming to learn it, experience it, and then once you know what you like, you're just testing new things that came with the new leagues and stuff like that. So, like I said, for me, it's I know what I like, and I test the things that I like, and I play the things that I like. So my playability has gone dramatically down of the games because I just don't have as much to play, right? Because I don't have as much to learn, I don't have as much to test, I don't have as much to try. And yeah, I mean it's kind of similar to like a D3 playthrough or a D4 session, but I would have put it more in line with like a D3 playthrough. Like the game has been out for so long and you've put so many hours into that game. Like you could probably play with your fucking eyes closed. How many hours you probably put in that game? Not you specifically, but like other players, right? That they might normally play a league for 1,000 hours, right? But after 10,000 hours of playing the game and playing the same exact thing the same exact way with very little changes, right? With very like not having to learn anything, just kind of just rinse and repeating the same garbage every single league. You know what I'm saying? At a certain point, like instead of playing it for 1,000 hours, you might start playing it for 600 hours, and the next time you might only play it for 500 hours. Because like it loses that that fresh car smell. It loses that nostalgia feeling. Whereas like I just did this 3 months ago, like for 1,000 hours, and I have nothing to show for it. Right? Like it just other games are gonna be more appealing and more interesting. That this game, like you'll go to the game to like kind of palate cleanse and kind of get fresh and clean for the game that you've been grinding or whatever. So you might put maybe 100 or 200 hours and just pass some time, to get you all cleansed up and ready to go for another game or something. But you're not going to put as many hours into it as you normally would have because you just have other things that are more fun, more enjoyable than that game. And that's not PoE 2 yet because new stuff is still coming out. They're still giving us more classes. They're still giving us more weapons. They're still giving us more stuff. They're tweaking things. They're buffing things. They're nerfing things. They're doing so much to the game still that we have a lot to do. Right? We have a lot to learn. We have a lot to experience, and you'll definitely put a lot of hours into PoE2 still. I'm just saying the more it's out, the more times you go back to it, the less the playtime will be. Like the first time you played it, that first playthrough, let's say you put 500 hours into it. Don't know how much you did, but you played the shit out of it, you said, right? This time, you might only put 400 hours into it. The next time, you might put like 350 hours into it, right? It's gonna like, and then you might hit a league that you fucking love, and you might put 1,000 hours on it, right? That's like me. Like, there's been some leagues that I've absolutely fell in love with, and I played so much more than other leagues. And then you'll get to another league where it's just like you get in, and like the league just isn't appealing, right? The core of the game is kind of the same with slight tweaks, slight nerfs, slight buffs, slight changes. But the league itself just isn't appealing enough to hold your interest long enough to be worth it. So instead of playing your normal 300-400 hours, you might only play 100 hours, and you're like, yeah, that wasn't very good, right? I'm gonna go play something else. Like that was me in Settlers, right? Settlers was dope at the beginning, right? The first 3 months it was out. I played probably a couple hundred hours on it, and it was great. I liked the ships. The ships were cool. The people were cool. The money you could make from it was pretty cool. And then they kept Settlers. They gave us like a mini league. Gave us another mini league. Gave us another mini league. Bro, this league, I really like the idea of followers. I think it's phenomenal. But I've already said this before, but I think it was just a very lackluster, hey, let's give them something because it's been a year since we've given them a league. So they kind of just threw something at the wall and hoped that people would love it. And I feel like it was like a half of an update. They literally gave us followers with no league. Like the league was followers, but followers itself isn't a league. It's like a byproduct of a league, in my opinion. So it was basically another mini league where we played Settlers with followers. You know what I mean? Like, so I was pissed about it. I loved the follower aspect, and I played a couple hundred hours of it, but it just wasn't good. Like, I hope they keep followers in the game going forward, but I'm hoping the next league actually has some sort of substance to it. Not just, hey guys, we're gonna keep followers in the game. Oh, we're giving you a trade. This league's all about trade. Okay, well, what? So it's just Settlers with more trade? The fuck? Give us some fucking content, please. Stop being stingy. Stop working on PoE2 for 5 minutes to give us some PoE1 content. Motherfuckers. Anyway, that's my rant on it. But like I said, I think it'll be great. Like I said, we're going to be playing that this weekend. If we enjoy it, we'll play it for a little longer than the weekend. Obviously, we'll stretch it, into Wednesday, Thursday, possibly Monday, Tuesday. It just we'll play it by ear because I'm not sure how much we'll like it. Right? I played it for a couple. Like, how much did I play PoE2 for? Before I just got fed up with it. Yeah, I played it for 100 hours and I just got fed up with it. I was just like, you know what? It was fun. It was fine. It was okay. I don't like the gearing process because the gear crafting kind of sucked. And there was no really good way to trade, so I was just like annoyed. And I was like, it's just not worth it. It doesn't have the skills and abilities that I want, and it's lacking a lot of just polishment and just nerfs and buffs needed to happen. So I was like, fuck it. I'll put it down. I'll come back to it next time, and we'll see how it goes. And that's kind of like where we're at now. It's coming back around. We're gonna jump into it. We'll see how it goes, and if we like it, we'll stick with it for a couple of 100 hours, maybe. If not, then we'll move on. Oh, also, Kaz, I brought this up earlier. We were talking about it a little bit. I'm pre-warning all of you guys. I don't know when it's gonna happen because I don't know when the game comes out, but we will be jumping into the new Blue Protocol game that's coming out with a gacha system. But it's an MMORPG that has a built-in gacha system for some of its power-ups and stuff. So it's kind of dog shit, but it's gonna be something new. It's gonna be something different. Something to palate cleanse us a little bit. See if we like it. You know, something just different. So 408 hours. Yeah, I took a guess of 500 hours. I mean, I wasn't quite sure how much you really played it, but back in February, yeah, it's been a hot minute then. Yeah, yeah. I mean, bro, I can't tell you how many times I have taken a break from a game for like years, and I'm like, oh man, I'm so ready to go back to this game, and I go back to it. 5 minutes into the game, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go play something else. I cannot tell you how many times that has happened to me. And here's the thing, that is like tall tale sign for me that I don't really need to be playing the game anymore, right? So that's one reason why I do like changing games pretty regularly. Because the way my brain typically works is when I'm playing a game, like if I'm logging in every day and I'm playing that game and I'm grinding that game, like right now when we're playing Lord of the Rings, I'm loving it, right? I'm having a good time. We're playing, we're grinding, we're progressing, we're having a good time, and it's fun. But I put it down and I go play another game for like a month, right? I go play PoE for a month. And then I boot this back up. If I can't stomach booting up the game and running around in the game to start doing what I was doing before, then I know that the game has kind of lost its for me, right? It's like an addiction, more or less, right? You know, like if you wake up every day and you always have chocolate milk, right? It's not that you need it. It's not that you love it. It's just kind of becomes a habit at a certain point. And if you stop drinking it for a little while and then you taste it again later, do you actually like it? Do you still like it? You know what I mean? Like it's one of those kind of things. It becomes like more of like a habit slash an addiction that once you put it down, you realize that it wasn't even that fun. It wasn't even that great. Like at a certain point, it just kind of lost its fun. Right? That's how a lot of games get to me real quickly. Like First Ascendant was like that, right? I loved that game. I bitched about it a lot. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the grind. But the second I put it down, and I was like, hey, we'll put it down. We'll go play Path of the Exiles for a couple weeks or whatever, right? And we'll come back to it. The second I put it down, I could not reopen that game. Like I literally I sat there one day off stream and I went to click it and I, like physically was ill trying to click that button. I wanted to throw up. Right? It was that bad. Uh Same thing with like Lost Ark, right? I even updated Lost Ark the other day because I was going to relaunch it because I wanted to play the game. I actually really liked playing the game when I played it. I thought it was a great game, but I hated the community. And I never really got to experience much because you had to fucking pay people for carries, and I fucking thought that was stupid as shit. But knowing that there's like solo mods or modes in there now where you can solo the dungeons and the raids and stuff, I thought that was sick. And I was gonna go give it a shot. I watched someone stream it for like a few hours, and I was like, nope, nope, can't do it. Nope, not going back. I mean, I might at some point, but I couldn't bring myself to launching it after that. You know, it's the same thing with Throne and Liberty. I actually relaunched Throne and Liberty not that long ago, and I played it for maybe 20 or 30 minutes. I turned that shit off. I was annoyed. I was pissed. It was just not as fun as I remember it being. Not a happy camper about it. So it's just like that's my problem I have with a lot of games. You know, I'm not gonna lie, Dick. It was a fun game while I was playing it at launch, but the longer the game is out, the more absurd the gear gets, the bigger the gap becomes, and the players that have been playing it to the new players coming in. it just becomes more and more daunting and less willing to play it. If that makes any sense. And I'm not one to shy away from playing a game that's been out for a while, right? I know people that refuse to play a game unless they were there on launch day, which I find crazy to think that you will not play a game unless you were there when the game launched. Because they want to be that kind of person that sets the trends, that discovers all the information and sets the metas. They want to be that person in a game. And if they can't be that person, they will not play a game. And I think to myself, is like, I kind of get it, but at the end of the day, you are quite literally cutting your own feet off when it comes to gaming because you're like, I don't know what the word is, ostracizing yourself from so much of the gaming community and so much of the genres and the games themselves that you're not even getting to experience like any of it because they've all been out for a while, right? And so many games come out on such a regular basis that if you're playing one game that released on Monday and a new game comes out on Tuesday and you hate the game on Monday but you didn't start the game on Tuesday and now you're not going to play the game that started on Tuesday because it's now Wednesday, like that's absurd. I mean, obviously that's an oversimplification of the situation, but you get what I'm saying, right? Exactly. That's my point too, Dig, is like just because you didn't start a game when it was first released doesn't mean you can't, you know, figure new things out because games are always changing. They're always buffing things, they're always nerfing things, they're always adding new things. You know, people are always discovering new things in video games that are old, right? So just because you want to be a trendsetter and you want to be that person that like finds the information and puts it all together and they're the go-to goat for information, you know, just because you want to be that person, you want to feel that sense of uh what's that word I'm looking for, where like people like come to you for the, you know, you want to feel needed, right? You want to feel wanted. Like just because that's what you're looking for doesn't mean you won't have fun playing another game. Like you could still do that. Like bitch, people go to Trove and carve themselves out like a niche ass fucking like community of people that are looking for information from them, right? Like they become some like trendsetters in Trove, and Trove is it's clear cut what you do in Trove, right? There is no change in the meta, but people change the meta all the time because a new update will come out which will change things, and then the meta changes. Oh, guess what? Game's been out for 25 years. Not saying this game has. I'm just throwing out a stupid ass number. But a game has been out for 25 years, and you decide to start playing it today, and this update just came, and everything is now different. So now you're now being the trendsetter. You can be a trendsetter at any age of a game. I mean, I don't fucking get it. But anyway, um, Born Liberty is one of those games, in my opinion, that like the longer the game is out, it's one of the few games that I will definitely say the longer it's out, it's harder and harder to want to go and play it. Kind of like Lost Ark almost, but Lost Ark kind of helped themselves by adding in solo dungeons and solo raids. Because before the problem was is like a brand new player coming into the game could barely progress because they had to spend all the gold that they were farming on carries to get the gear, but then had to farm gold on top of that, which they couldn't because they were spending all their gold on their carries to get their gear, and they couldn't upgrade their gear because they didn't have any gold, right? So it was a bad just circumstance that all the noobs were put into, that they had no gold to upgrade their gear because they were spending all their gold getting their gear. It's stupid. Um, Now they don't have to pay for the carries. That, from my understanding, they don't have to pay for the carries. I think the gear is relatively the same in a solo dungeon raid than it would be if you were in a real one. I don't know. So that kind of helps. But Throne of Liberty doesn't have that, right? You have to group with people. You have to get into a guild. You have to do guild content. You have to do world bosses and raid bosses or farm your dungeons daily, basically, or at least every couple days. If you're not doing this stuff, you're not making any currency. If you're not making any currency, you're not making any gear. And if you're not making any gear, you're not getting any gains. And if you're not getting any gains, you're basically shouldn't even be playing the fucking game. Because these people have such high gear score, you can't PvP against them at all. They're just going to literally one-shot you. And because they're going to be in tier 2, tier 3 gear, and you're going to be in tier 1 gear that's not even leveled up or geared or perked properly, and you're literally going to get deleted. You cannot even attempt to fight against these people that have this gear. It is the epitome of pay to win. You swipe your credit card, you buy the best in slot gear, and boom, you can now fight people. If you do not swipe your credit card, you are literally a fucking wet paper bag getting your shit pushed in for like 9 months before you finally start getting some gear, if you're getting carried by your guild, to finally start being able to actually fight. It's ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. So, other games, they give you catch-up mechanics. You know, other games, they give you ways to not get dick punched 24/7, to be able to actually get your gear so you can actually play with the people that have been around for a while, right? Like, they give you, the key is to be able to do that. They give you some sort of mechanics to help with all that. Like even BDO, for example. BDO at least gives you seasonal characters that gives you starter gear that pushes you way above and beyond what most people ever would have had before seasons were a thing. So it pushes you up pretty far up there. It gets you into a bracket where you can actually farm currency and gear and materials to start getting your gear to a higher point to actually compete in open world PvP in comparison to any other game. Not that it's best, not that it's good, not that there isn't still problems, but they at least did something versus other games that have done a fucking jack all. But yeah, I definitely agree though. Dig, I kind of got sidetracked hella hard, but that I find that majority of the games that are really enjoyable to play, to keep coming back to, put thousands and thousands of hours into, are the older games. And it's not that the newer games are bad, right? I say this all the time, but it's not that the new games are bad. It's just the newer games are lacking because they're new. That's purely the only problem they have. Well, not only problem, but that is the biggest problem they have is since they are new, they haven't had time to cook. They haven't had time to polish the game, you know, tweak it in like buffs and nerfs wise. They haven't had time to add content. You know, it's just lacking all around because it just hasn't had enough time. Right? It might take you 10 years to develop a game, but that's 10 years of development, not 10 years of polish, right? The longer the game is out, the longer it's being polished and it's being updated and it's being changed and it's being added and modified, usually the better the game gets. Not always, but usually, right? So when New World first came out, dog shit ass game. Still a dog shit ass game. It's only been out for like 3 or 4 years. If the game's out for another 10 years, it might be decent. Right? Like this game wasn't very good in the beginning. I mean, the game itself was good, but the servers and the dog shit stability was really bad. And I still will say that when the game was originally released in its first form before expansion, it probably was lacking quite a lot of quality of life and polishments and refinements. So it was probably an okay game, but it probably was really lacking in a lot of fields. Right? World of Warcraft, one of the anomalies for sure. Um, but it had its problems, right? And the longer it's been out, the more that they've ironed those problems out, right? And Final Fantasy 14, fucking prime example, dog shit ass game when it came out, like literal dog shit. Like I don't even think, I think dog shit is being generous because it was so bad. I literally couldn't even make it past level 14 or 12 or whatever in the beta before I uninstalled it. It was so bad. Um and it's not even that like I hated it. I just didn't like it. Like I was just bored. I was just running around killing stupid ass mobs with like no idea what the fuck was going on, and it just didn't feel good. But it was so bad they actually deleted their own fucking game to remake it. Like that's telling. They were committed, right? And now it's a phenomenal game, right? Really? I mean, but that's the thing too, Diggs. Like, you can't please everybody, right? There's always going to be a small portion of people, like the saying, there's always one, right? That saying is 100% true. There's always at least one person, aka 1% of the population, that will always like something, regardless of how absurd it is. Some people like eating glass. Fucking weird, but it is what it is, right? Just saying. Some people have foot fetishes. Is what it is what it is. Some people like to be peed on. You know what I mean? Like I'm saying, it's not a common thing, but but it is. You know what I'm saying? Like there's always one, man. What is it? Rule 42. If you can think it, there's porn for it. Like totally true, right? And yeah, I agree with what you said about Lost Ark. Is it had a profession system, but it didn't have a crafting system, right? Like they had mining, they had chopping, they had herbing and stuff like that, but it just felt really bad. Felt like it was just lacking in every way possible, and it just wasn't good. Like that's what I want out of an MMORPG. I want boss fights. I want dungeons. I want gear progression. I want gear upgrades. I want, you know, the ability to trade players and to party up with people and the potential of doing PvP if I wanted to, and just like I want all of that in the game, but I also want there to be professions. I want there to be a reason why I'm grinding iron ore and stuff like that. I want there to be a reason why I'm crafting gear and leveling up my professions and stuff like that. Because the problem I have with like New World's crafting profession, which is let me just throw it out there, I love their grinding of their materials, and I like their crafting system, but it's 100% lacking. It needs some sort of system in place that allows for longevity. What's up, bro? What's up? What's going on? It's missing longevity when it comes to the crafting system. And what I mean by that is you craft a best in slot item, you sell it to somebody. You craft a best in slot item, you sell it to somebody. The problem is this item is permanent. The item will never go away. Once they have a best in slot item, they don't need it until the metas change. They don't need another one. It is what it is. So, with that in mind, there should be items in the game that are consumable and or degrade to dust that are enhancements and buffs that people need, want, or just have to have in order to access and or min max in certain engagements, right? So take like World of Warcraft for example, where I think it was a leatherworking or whatever. It could make the padding for the armors. Now it wasn't a degrade to dust or like a finite amount of time or whatever, but something like that where let's say you can add padding to the armors to give you more stamina, right? So you get more HP or endurance or whatever for adding the leather padding to your armor, but it only lasted for I don't know 8 hours of combat, right? Taking a page out of like RuneScape's book, right? then in 8 hours you'd have to buy more paddings to reapply it. Well, that right there already gives crafters longevity of crafting gear, right? That one specific change for that one specific item. Now you add in more. You add in spikes for retaliation damage. You add in, like, you can obviously only put on one at a time, right? So you have to pick. Like, if I'm a tank, what's more important? Do I need more HP? Do I need retaliation damage? Or maybe you want to do like a custom fitting or something like that, or a lightweight padding instead, where it increases your attack speed. Like, there's so many variations that you can go with. Some way to increase crit, some way to increase your crit damage, some way to increase your physical damage, some way to increase your attack speed, your movement speed, your HP, your survivability, your healing. There's so many stats that you can go with these, like, consumable craftables that get attached to your gear in some way, shape, or form, that degrade over time, that need to be replaced. Or, put more investment into potions, right? This potion gives you increased healing for, 5 minutes or whatever, or 30 minutes, or an hour. Maybe there's party ones, maybe there's like cooking for feasts. So you put down a feast, everybody eats the feast for the next hour, everybody has increased crit chance or whatever. Like, there is so much potential for crafting and for gathering resources and for just all of that stuff, that they just completely missed the mark. And don't get me wrong, they have some of this, right? They have the meals that give you buffs, right? They have potions that give you buffs, stuff like that. But they also miss the mark when it comes to grinding the resources for those craftables. Right now, it's just raw resources that you get out in the random open world. You're just running around in circles, just gathering these resources or buying it off the auction house from people just to make the potions. Pretty simple. It's nothing really in depth. Now, I wish that they implemented resources that were only obtainable via running highest tier dungeons. So it gives dungeons a reason to run. Because the problem with mutated dungeons, in my opinion, is you want to run them to begin with to get your gear all sorted. Once your gear's all sorted and all you're doing is just PvPing because you're best in slot PvP gear and PvE gear, you're just fucking Gucci. You're running dungeon, you're running weekly raids, you're running, all your stuff is like kind of just on autopilot at that point. You need something to do. You need some reason to want to do these dungeons other than just making gold. At a certain point, you hit gold cap and you have nothing to do with the gold. So why not add an item that only drops from the highest tier, mutation, if you hit a certain, like, milestone, right? Like, you have to get like a 3 star on a three, on an M3, right? On a mutated 3, or whatever you want to call it, mutation 3. So the hardest difficulty dungeon in under a certain time limit or with a certain, like, score, in order for an item to drop from the last boss, or what, from the chesticle at the end. And then that item is used to craft one of the consumables, whether it's an armor padding or it's a potion or it's like a weapon whetstone or something. You get one of the craftables from running it. But since you can only run 25 mutations a week, you have a limitation. So then it breeds this bottleneck of, these things are needed for wars, they're needed for PvP events, stuff like that, but there's a finite amount of them. So the price of them now goes up because they're actually needed, and more people are going to start running dungeons. More people are going to start partying up to do them, to sell their, their their item, right, to crafters. Like, there's just so much potential there, but they've just completely and utterly missed the mark. And like I said, this goes for every game, right? This is just the one example that I have off the top of my head. But every game has the same problem. And once again, new games just haven't had time to cook. They haven't had time to, upgrade things, polish things, push content into games. And the older games have. And that's why the older games we tend to find to be more fun, is because there's stuff to do. We log in and we don't finish it in fucking a week, right? Shit, in a week we haven't even scratched the damn surface half the time. So it has more potential for holding your interest and keeping you invested and keeping you playing longer, giving you stuff to do, and it's more enjoyable because there's more stuff to do that's also polished and well refined, usually to a point. Just I don't completely write off new games, but I definitely try them and then put them on the shelf and wait for them to cook. Right? They need to sit in the instant pot for a little longer. Give them like try them out every like 6 months to a year just to see the new updates and the new changes to see is it going in the right direction? Have they made any progress? Is anything different? That's what I'm saying, Dig. Like these older games, like I said, World of Warcraft. If I was to get into World of Warcraft brand new right now, retail WoW, right? If I was learning all the quests, I was doing all the stuff from start to finish, exploring the lore, exploring the stories, exploring all the dungeons, learning everything piece by piece, you know, doing all the crafting recipes and doing my professions and trying the different characters, blah blah blah. Bro, you could spend a very long time playing the game. I remember when the game first came out. It took me 6 months to get to level 60. I mean, nowadays you can do it in like a fucking week, but like that's that, that that's different. Like we're not even talking about that. But I'm just saying, like a brand new player going into it, experiencing it for the first time, it's gonna take them a while, and they're going to enjoy it. Right? Usually, they're usually going to enjoy it. Um, but like coming back to it, playing an alt, like you just bum rush through the game, which is acceptable, right? Like that's kind of like what I was saying before. Is like when I play a game for the first time, I want to experience the whole thing in its entirety and take my time and not like bum rush and skip because I want to see what the game has to offer. After I've done it once, I don't need to do it again, right? That's kind of how WoW is, right? Once you've done it once, you skip, speed run, right? But like WoW has like the potential to take a like you know what I mean? I feel like there's a lot less to do in WoW than there is in other games, personally, because it's just like speed run the quests, do some dungeon runs, get to the end game, farm your gear, maybe go and farm some collectibles and some rep grinds and stuff like that. But there's not a whole lot to really do, right? Unless you're like going for achievement hunting and then you're like stuck in these older school dungeons for hot minute trying to get them done. But like games like Final Fantasy 14, shit tons of stuff to do. Guild Wars 2, relatively decent amount of stuff to do between jump puzzles and hidden things, you know, professions, world completion stuff, and world bosses, dungeons and gear grinds and stuff. There's a lot to do. Um, this game has a ton to do. There's just so much stuff to do in older games because it's just like I said, they've had so much time to cook, so much time to polish things and add things and modify things, change things. It's like the difference between PoE 1 and PoE 2. Like PoE 1 wasn't a great I mean it wasn't a bad game, but it wasn't a great game when it first came out. It slowly and surely got polished and it eventually just power creeped to a fucking unbelievable fucking status. And that power creep came with knowledge creep as well, and it's just a fucking craziness right now. Compared to PoE 2 is like it's brand new, so power creep is non-existent. The information creep is very non-existent. There's very little going on because the game is so new. But as you know, month by month, update by update comes out, it's gonna slowly but surely. Power creep's gonna happen. Item creep's gonna happen. Knowledge creep's gonna happen. It's just gonna get crazier and crazier, just like PoE 1 did. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like there's a lot to do in WoW, but I feel like a lot of it is just like fluff, right? Like, is there any real reason to rep grind the old school reps, right? Is there any real reason to go back to like these old school zones to do these old school achievements, right? Like, obviously, for certain mounts and stuff like that, getting some of these achievements to unlock certain mounts, kind of cool. But like, none of it truly like makes a difference to the account. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no real account reasoning other than like cosmetic wars, right? If you're a cosmetic whore, or you're trying to win like a cosmetic war in some way, shape, or form, or out war or something like that, like yeah, like going back, farming reps, doing achievements, doing the older raids, farming out the rare spawns that have the rare chance to drop things. Like there's a lot of stuff that you could do, but 90% of the people don't care about any of that stuff. They play the game to get the gear and to PvP and to do the raid content. That's really what they play it for. And the social aspect as well. But yeah, I don't think WoW retail has like a very defined route. And I agree too, Dig. Like you start going through some quest lines, you might get like one or two quests that say, "Hey, this is the dungeon quest to go and do Razorfen Down," or Shadowfang Keep or whatever. And only like only the veterans or the people that like use Google or have been a part of the game for a long time know that there's more quests that you have to go out of your way to find, right? So, I just RFC. What is it? What does it stand for again? It's the one in Ogrimmar. That dungeon, right? It has what, five quests? And I think two of them are in Ogrimmar, one of them's in Thunderbluff, and I think one of them is in, or two of them are in Undercity or something like that, right? Yeah, Razorfinch Chasm. Yeah, I think things. Um, yeah, there's like five quests for that place. But if you just, depending on where you're playing at, if you're playing in the Underside City, Undercity, or if you're playing in Thunderbluff, or if you're playing Ogrimmar side, you're only going to get quests for that one side. You're not going to know to go to the other cities to find the quests for the same place, right? And that's kind of like what you were saying earlier is like there's a few quests for them, yes, but nothing really leads you to them, right? It's just kind of one of those things. Oh man. Yeah, I wish they would revitalize some of the older content a little bit. I think it would be kind of sick. Is it six? It might be six. I want to say there's like three in Ogrimmar, and I think there's two in Undercity, and I'm pretty sure there's one in Thunderbluff. But I could be wrong. But I know for a fact there's at least five. Yeah, that's so funny too, coming from me, Dig, of somebody that likes like a somewhat of a handhold when it comes to playing a game. I want things to be written out. I want things to be explained to a point. I don't want to have to Google every single 5 seconds. Like, okay, I just finished this quest. What do I do next? Oh, I just did this. What do I do next? Like, I don't want to have to Google everything to understand what I'm doing and how I'm doing it, right? I want to be able to like hover over an item and be like, oh, this can be found here, or in the northern places, or in zones that blah blah blah. Like, I want some sort of tiny crumbs in the game to point me in the direction I'm looking for, rather than the old school 2000, 2005, where it's like, hey, figure it out on your own, bitch. We're not going to give you a single hint. We're not going to give you a single information. No crumbs, no hand holding, no nothing. Hey, go find Ralph. Where the fuck's Ralph? Go figure it out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the old school style. I don't want that. I want, hey man, we're looking for a man named Ralph. We saw him heading west from the city. We haven't seen him since. Something like that. Some little crumb, some little hint. Get me pointed in the right direction. Don't just say, hey, go find me a person with red hair. Bro, did any of you guys play Raven Dawn? I fucking swear to God, I was so pissed at this quest. There was a fucking quest in Raven Dawn. You were talking to a person, and they said, hey, can you go find us this lady with red hair? Like, what? Where? They don't tell you where she's at. They don't tell you what city. They don't tell you anything else, but she has red hair. Oh my God. I was pissed. I ran around for fucking hours looking for anybody with red hair. I gave up after like 3 hours. I Googled it, and it was nowhere even near where I was even thinking she was going to be. Because, to put it in perspective, I got the quest here. I thought that the person would be somewhere in this vicinity. Nope. She was like over here. Like, I'm over here. I had to cross like 7 fucking zones. And then she was in some random ass building in the middle of bumfuck Egypt. I was pissed. I was fucking fuming. Oh, was I pissed. Oh, that was so fucking awful. And that's the shit that I despise, right? So, which is funny because I loved playing WoW, but I was also younger back then. So I was a little bit more tolerant, I guess, maybe. That when WoW first came out, I was just doing quests and I was figuring it out. I was reading the descriptions. I was trying to like read between lines and figure it out. Obviously, WoW Wiki kind of came clutch a couple of times when I couldn't figure something out, or asking people in general chat, right? Asking for help in that. People actually would respond and help out. That was pretty sick. But like nowadays, man, I can't be bothered. If I have to live on Google to do every one of your quests, to figure out what order to do things in, to figure out where to access a certain thing, I don't want to play your game. It's not worth my time. Like, and I'm also torn on this feeling because I love Black Desert Online, but I have to be on Wiki 24/7 when I play Black Desert. Because if I want to go and if I want to go and gather all the energy nodes in the game to get my energy cap maxed out, I have to Google every single one of them. And I'm stuck on one because in order to get one of my energies, I have to talk to a specific person and gain knowledge from them, but I can't talk to them until I complete a quest. And I Googled the quest, and it's a really long quest chain, and I tried to talk to every single person in that quest chain to figure out where I left off in that quest chain, and I cannot find it. No idea. Not a fucking clue what quest I left off on. Not a fucking clue where to go to start it, or to complete it, or figure out where I stopped. So I'm just annoyed. But like I said, it's one of those weird things that like some games I can, understand it and I'm okay with it. And other games I'm not okay with it. It's hypocritical of me, I understand. Hate me for it. It's fine. But I mean that's just the reality of it. It's just like the me liking RuneScape but disliking Brighter Shores, right? I like RuneScape. I love RuneScape, but I dislike Brighter Shores because I don't want to pay a membership for it. Right? Obviously, there's other reasons, but I won't pay a membership for a game that I find fundamentally just meh, just to experience the rest of the game, kind of thing. Kind of where I'm stuck at with that game. All right, we're almost there. We're 97 out of 105. We're fucking almost done with silver, and we've just been ranting for like the last 2 hours. Right, what are you saying? Everyone going to Classic Plus? Oh, yeah. So, like, for example, Dig, when Classic WoW originally released, right? Or when regular WoW originally released, it took people months to level, like months. It was difficult between figuring out the quest, figuring out like where to go, how to do it, what quest to go, where to be, where everything's located, blah 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 blah. Figuring all that stuff out, plus the characters, the gearing, spells, the skills, the rotations, like figuring all that stuff out. It just took a lot of time, right? And then year after year, people have been playing for years. People still been playing Classic on private servers and non-private servers, whatever, fuck, right? Fucking, and they release Classic WoW again, and people are leveling in like a week, right? And it's the same game. I mean, I think the level criteria was a little bit tweaked, but I'm not 100% on that. But I feel like you just leveled much faster, and I think a lot of it was just knowledge based and experience based. Like you knew how to play the game, you knew how to experience it, you knew how to do everything, you knew how to do the quests, where the quests were, and how how to complete them. So a lot of that guesswork, a lot of the figuring out, trying things, testing things, you know, all that stuff was all that fluff time was gone. So it was just raw speed running. And we'll have the same problem in Classic Plus to a point, right? Because depending on how they change things up and make things different, right? It could just be another speed run, but it also could be completely opposite. They could really, really throw a wrench in things, completely change up the quests, completely change up the zones, completely change up the characters. They could really, really go good with it, which they probably won't. They're going to be very generic with it. I almost guarantee it. Um, so it'll probably just be regular classic, and we're gonna be like, well, this was fun. At least the leveling process, right? Leveling process, I think, will be very generic, specifically. And yeah, Rogue, I 100% agree. Like, there's this real sweet spot between holding our hands and giving us breadcrumbs and not, right? Like, I feel like little hints are more than acceptable, more than enough, right? And what I mean by that is like you talk to somebody, you get a quest, and the quest on the side over here, the cliff notes might not tell you what to do, but as long as you click on the thing, you start reading this, go into the description, as long as somewhere in there it gives you some little breadcrumb. Like doesn't have to be a big one, a little tiny one. It's like, hey, I saw Fred heading west out of whatever city, right? Okay. Now I have a starting point in a direction. Super easy, right? Or hey, Fred was last we knew, Fred said he was gonna be hunting in the north. Okay, something along those lines. Not saying that they know the answer to everything. Not saying that they know exactly where everybody is. Like they don't need to give you the answer, but they give you a breadcrumb, right? A story breadcrumb, something that gives you some sort of tidbit of information that could be hearsay, could be something of word of mouth if someone was told something by somebody else, blah blah blah. Doesn't have to be an exact thing. They don't have to be like, okay, he's at coordinates 45 by 72 inside of a house locked in the basement with 45 padlocks. Like they don't need to give you all the information. They just need to give you a general breadcrumb of where to start and which direction to go. All that I feel like something that small is enough of a breadcrumb to get most people over the hump to figure out what they're looking for. Right? And then sometimes, you can make things a little more difficult by putting in a riddle, right? Or putting in some sort of pattern or some sort of puzzle, right? That stuff's perfectly acceptable, right? Um, but I just think that in at the bare minimum, you have to give a breadcrumb in the quest. You can't talk to a bitch over here in Needle Hole or whatever, and that lady be like, "Hey, can you go find Frodo?" Huh? Obviously, we know who Frodo is, but let's say we didn't, for argument's sake. Who is Frodo? What does he look like? Where did we last see him? Do you know what he was trying to do? Do you know where he was going? Do you know where he was heading? Do you give me something? Don't just tell me a bitch's name and expect me to be able to find him. But you can't carry gear to the next major zone? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what? I never made it out of the first city. I got really annoyed at the game because of how they broke up the map. Where like the you would see this tree and this bush, but then you'd walk through like, I don't know, some fog or something, and you'd be like, "Oh, now I can see this tree and this bush." Like you can see the zone, but it was blocked out. It was like grayed out, so you couldn't see the mob inside it. You couldn't see the other members inside it. I despised the segregation of all the small little zones inside of Burger Shores. I also hated the fact that since it was block oriented, like everything was like 8-bit almost, right? That to go up and down elevations, you had to step. So you'd be walking at one speed and then you'd slow down to step down. And then you'd walk at one speed and then you'd slow down to step down. And then you'd walk and you'd slow down, walk and slow down. And then to go up, you do the same thing. And then if you were trying to chop trees that were up on a ledge, you'd have to pull yourself up. And then you'd have to, chop the tree. And then you'd have to jump back down. And then you have to go around and go climb up the next one. It was such pain in the fucking ass. I just, nope. Doing the quests were very non-helpful, and then finding your way around the map was very tedious and annoying. I just couldn't do it. And then I found out that, you had to pay a membership to experience like 90% of the game, which I'm not opposed to memberships to playing games, like I said. But I feel like your game has to be pretty well polished for me to want to give you monthly money to play your game. Oh man. Yeah, exactly, Dick. Like, there's not much you could really do with the core leveling process of WoW, right? The core, like, quest progression, the core zones, you can't really change that. Now, you can change the mobs, you can change, uh, like, the potential of, like, what you're looking for the quest. So instead of a kill quest, it's an item collection quest, right? So you kill the same mob, but instead of just killing the mob 10 times, you have to get like 5 items from them. Like you can change up that kind of stuff, but at the end of the day, like, yeah, the progression is gonna be kind of the same, right? Part over there. He's by that tree, next to that rock, over by that water, in that hill. I mean, that's a lot more information than they gave me for the red haired lady. Oh, there's axe in Brighter Shores? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I didn't make it very far into the game, so I don't know much about it. Yeah, that sounds really fucking dumb, Dig. Question. If you go from, let's say, go from Act 1 to Act 2 and you can't bring your gear with you, what happens to that gear from Act 1? Does it just go poof? Or does it end up in like a bank? Or do you just drop your bag at the entrance and you pick it back up when you come back? Like, how does it work? You're not wrong, Dig. It's like, I spy something red. Well, fuck, there's a lot of red shit. Oh, that's pretty bad. I mean, story is not a big deal, but why can't you bring it with you? That just sounds really dumb. Like, why can't you use it more or less? Like, I understand that like you go to a zone, right? Let's say you're on a beach, right? Zone one has like a beach, so you're fishing and you're doing stuff like that, and then you end up in the desert where there's nowhere to fish. I understand not using your fishing pole because there's nowhere to fish, right? Get it. But you should still be able to use it, like pull it out, equip it, or whatever. Or even if you can't use it on anything, like doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just weird. I thought the game looked cool, and I like the idea of being able to like, AFK things. Oh, but it's just I don't know. Once again, it looked good on paper, but practice it fucking sucked. The quests were really bad. Combat was really wonky. The fucking movement was really wonky. The difference in like movement with elevations was really off putting. The different fucking like chunkages where like the maps were like segregated into these like small little chunks. It was so awkward. All right, we are finally fucking done. I am fucking hungry, but it's 4 fucking 30 in the morning now. I'm gonna be getting off in fucking 30 minutes. So I'm just gonna wait to eat until we get off the fucking computer. I'm gonna go make something to snack on while I wait for the wife to wake up. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, that took us like fucking 3 hours to find that silver. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, that's stupid. You have to re-level your skill because you're in a different act. That's just dumb. 194 players. Yeah, dead game, man. Dead game. I mean, I would definitely say if that one aspect that you just explained to me wasn't in the game, I think the game would have did much better. If you didn't have to level up every act, I think the game would have been much better. Because who wants to spend 6 months leveling up your stuff in Act 1 to then spend another 6 months leveling things up in Act 2? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dig. Like, I actually thought the game was going to be good. And when I played it, there was just too many off-putting things, and I didn't even know about the act thing. Like I said, just the map movement alone was off-putting. It was so off-putting. It was so hard for me to actually get into and immerse myself in the game. I couldn't do it. It literally ruined the game for me completely. Really, G couldn't enjoy it either. And G is one of the people that I would expect to tough out a game a little bit more than I would. Like, I truly wanted to give that game a true chance. It just felt bad. G is another streamer that's taking a hiatus for health reasons. His name's GriffyBit. He's the guy that pretty much single-handedly owns the whole fucking market on Eidolon in the streaming industry and YouTube. He's pretty much the sole provider for like all content for it. Basically, he's one of the biggest streamers. There's other people, don't get me wrong, but he's like the main guy. Um, but he plays other games while he plays Eidolon. Once he gets his Eidolon kind of like to an AFK, like an idle position, he'll launch another game and he'll play other games on stream. And he does like I don't know if he always did this, but I'm not gonna say he did it because I did it, because obviously like I don't I'm not on that guy's radar in any way. But he started doing achievement runs in games shortly after I did mine. Um, that was kind of interesting. He'd launch a game and he would 100% complete all the achievements. Then he'd, next week he'd do another game, and the next week he'd do another game, and he started doing that. And that was pretty cool. And he was trying a lot of different games, and he plays a lot of different games too. Like, did he do like Crash Bandicoot at one point? And he did like Dave the Diver, and he just does a whole hodgepodge of other things. It's pretty cool, like watching him play. But he's a really entertaining fella. Um, between roasting some of his viewers for being idiots, or just playing around and having comical times with his viewers, to being very informative and helpful. Like, he's just a pretty chill dude. But yeah, when we say G, that's who we're talking about. But yeah, like the game, the movement and the map segregation just completely ruined all the pacing, and it just felt bad. Like, it just didn't feel good playing the game. So I just couldn't get into it. And then I found out that, hey, you can only play like the first act for free, and then everything else after that you have to pay for. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not opposed to it, but I have to like the game before wanting to put money into it, right? And like I could definitely say I'm a little, like I said, biased when it comes to that, because RuneScape, for example, if you play RuneScape free to play, it doesn't truly give you the sense of how good RuneScape can be, because there's so much locked behind the membership that makes RuneScape fun, that the free to play people don't get to experience. So I would probably, if I didn't know RuneScape and I was never a member, that I was just playing free to play, I probably would never buy a membership, because I don't know what I'm missing. Right? I wouldn't want to spend $7 or $8 to try to see if I like this game. Right? It just doesn't make sense to me. But since I know what to expect from a membership in RuneScape, I'm more than happy to pay the membership for it. But in a game, say like what's it called? Predator Shores, I don't know what to expect from it. So I'm not going to give him money just to see if I like his game. Just, I won't. Especially now when you tell me with the whole act thing, that definitely, I'm glad I didn't give him money for that. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, mate. I think that you were in an ad. I was like, I really hope he gets better, or at least to a point in his life where he can come back to streaming, at least part time here and there. Because it was a good streamer. He was a really good entertainment. He was a really good person. The scene is definitely worse off for not having him. Sure. Just hope he's doing better. Oh man, but yeah, it's not a big deal. It's whatever. I'll just play another. Bro, Dig, you want to see a dead game? Go look up Evolve Stage 2. Go look this game up. This game. Look this fucking game up. Evolve Stage 2. This has to be the most dead game I have ever seen. By far the most dead game I've ever seen. I loved this game. Absolutely loved it. You know what's bad about that, Dig? Is it takes a minimum of 5 people to actually play the game. It's like Dead by Daylight in a way. I don't know if you ever played it. There's 4 hunters and a beast. I hope so. That's funny. Probably all friends too. Probably taking turns being the monster. So fucked, bro. Really fucking fun game though, Dig. Really fun game. I just wish it didn't suck so bad. It wasn't that the game sucked. They literally killed the game on launch day. They say, hey guys, come play our game. Spend, what is it, $40 on our game. And then you buy the game for $40, and when you launch it, the first thing you're met with is, hey, if you want all the characters, you got to spend another blah, 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 blah on the DLCs for each character. What the fuck? I just bought your game. Literally on release day, bought your game, and you're already pushing me DLCs for your characters? The fuck is this shit? I felt almost like I was playing fucking First Ascendant, but at least First Ascendant was free to play. Right? At least First Ascendant was free to play. I didn't have to purchase the game, then buy DLCs. I never saw that one, Dig, but I heard bad things. Yeah, exactly, skills. And you can actually earn them by playing the game and farming, at least in First Ascendant. Game, bro, like, oh my god. I played all the basic characters. Like I said, I loved playing the game. The game itself was fun, but they literally killed their own game with their monetization on day one. Literal day one. Like, did you look at the Steam charts for it? Because here's the thing. Evolve Stage 2 isn't the original game. Unless they added this together with the original game. Um, because the game was called Evolved. Not Evolve Stage 2, it was called Evolved with a D specifically. What the fuck? Um uh but it was literally just called Evolved. And then the game literally died. Like I said, like right like instantly because of the way they fucked it up. Um and then I want to say like a year or two later, I think the community picked it up from the developers because the developers were just like, fuck this game, it's dead. And then they re-released it as Evolve Stage 2. I want to say in February. I could be completely wrong with this, but I want to say this is what happened. And then they were like pushing out their own stuff. And as you can tell, like 9,000, it did okay, and then it really just died. This isn't too bad. 400 players is fine, and 1,200, and then died completely down to 100. Then 15K, that's pretty solid. Right? And then, quickly died, died, died. Oh, hey, we got some players. Oh, dead again. Still dead. Still dead. Just dead. Just fucking dead. But like, I like how it says the average players this, but like peak players, like not 30 days, man, 31 players. Some people playing it. Yeah, fucking crazy, right? Fucking absolutely dead game. And it's still playing though. Like that's the crazy thing. They have a peak of 31 players, yet they still have servers? Like there's no way they're making money. There's no fucking way they're making money hosting those servers. TFD. Oh, the first descendant? So I'll explain the first descendant in a nutshell. Like, what's the player base of the first descendant right now? But I'm not at it. Kind of curious. 8K players? Man, pretty solid. Not gonna lie. And I'm pretty sure that's just Steam players, not console players. So it's pretty solid, actually. I just realized that when I finally found it too. Um, so the problem I would say First Ascendant truly has is almost like any other MMORPG, kind of like Destiny 2 as well, is the majority of the playability of the game comes from purely grinding to unlock the characters and the gear, right? Not so much the leveling, right? I have 100 hours in the game and I literally haven't done anything. I was farming characters, literally was farming characters, but there's so many bottlenecks that hold you back from crafting, between grinding out the materials needed to craft the descendants and then having the crafting bottleneck of having to craft the items in order to craft the descendants, right? And then having to wait the time out between all the crafts because the crafts are actually real-time crafts. So it might take 8 hours to craft this item and 8 hours to craft this item and 6 hours to craft this item. And you can craft only 3 items at a time. And then once those are crafted, then you have to craft the item itself, which might take 48 hours to craft it. And it's like your bottleneck behind all the grinds you had to do for all the materials. Then you had to be bottlenecked behind all the crafting time. Then you finally get the character. Now you have to level the character up and you have to put gear on the character and you have to do all this. It's just a grind. And I'm fine with that. It was cool. Coming up with some of these builds was fucking crazy fun. And like the things people came up with were nuts. But like some of the grinds were just obnoxious. So you have to like either A, come up with a build that can specifically farm for it, or B, get into a party to be able to kind of not glitch, not like not nothing like bad, right? But it's like the metas, right? You get into a specific farm and a specific group because it's the best, the most efficient way to do something. And if you're not doing the meta, then people don't want to invite you. That's the problem, right? Obviously, like we've talked about it before. But it was a fun game. Um, very little hand holding. Like the quest line was pretty linear. It was pretty fine. But the one thing that I really disliked about the game is you would zone into a zone, right? It was an open world zone, so random people would join into the zone with you, right? But they only had an X amount of players that could be on your zone at a time. So I don't know what the exact number is. It might have been like 8, 6, or something like that. So you zone into an instance of that zone, right? So you wanted to, let's say you zoned into this room, right? There'd only be a total of 6 other people or 7 other people in this room with you. And if you were doing a mission over here, but these people were doing missions over there, they weren't helping you with the mission. You were on your own. Well, the problem is these missions and these uh quests and stuff were tuned for a party. They were completely designed and thought of to be completed as a party. So going into it solo was very difficult unless you were over geared or over leveled, because the amount of damage you needed to do some of these mobs was so high, and there were so many of them that you would get overwhelmed very quickly. So it was really just obnoxious to play solo. It was doable. It was just you had to play a specific way, or you had to tune yourself in a specific way to complete certain missions and stuff. It was just annoying and obnoxious. If you played in a duo, it was fine because you split up the, the required things of the quest a little bit more, and the amount of damage output was comparable enough to be able to clear it. But if playing it solo, it didn't scale with players. It just was a flat difficulty. So if you had 4 people, it was too easy. If you had 1 person, it was too difficult. It was just really stupid. Um, and then, basically it boiled down to, oh, you had to do all these missions, you had to farm all these items. Certain zones drop certain items from certain mobs. Certain missions drop certain items for certain grinds, and then you needed to farm certain items to be able to do boss fights, and then the boss fights drop certain items for certain grinds for certain items for certain characters. It was just like you grinded one item to grind another mob to grind another item to get another item to then do this one thing to get this one item to make this one character. It was just like a super daisy chain of grinding one thing after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other, to finally get one single outcome of a character that you now finally have the character. Now you have to do the same thing to get his gear. You have to do the same thing to level him up. You have to do the same thing to fucking get his build all put together to then use that character to farm a different character. It was, yes, it was fine. It was okay. You like that kind of looter shooter, turn your brain off, kind of smash stuff in the face on repeat while watching anime because your mind is melting into the fucking asphalt because you're just running in circles for fucking 48 hours grinding a specific item. Yeah, great game. But at the end of the day, like, once you've spent 3,000 hours farming up all these materials to get all the characters and to gear them up, you have nothing else to do. Like, they might have raids and stuff now or something, maybe some PvP, but there's really nothing to do. It's just like any other MMO. Once you have all the best in slot gear, what is there to do? At least if they have good crafting and good professions and stuff where you can continuously pump crafting materials out to players that need these materials crafted for them to buff themselves inside of dungeons and raids and stuff like that. At least if there's that, you have longevity to continue playing the game if you're geared out of your mind, right? Bro, I don't know what was worse. Bunny, um, Volibear or Volley or whatever her name is, the water bitch, or the poison bitch when they reworked her. The new poison. Did you play the new poison lady? Like the epic version of her? She was cracked. She was actually cracked out of her mind. Like, Bunny became kind of obsolete when the ultimate form of Volley and the ultimate form of the Poison Lady came out. When those two kind of became a thing, Bunny became obsolete. The only thing Bunny was good at was the speed acceleration to speed run certain dungeons because she ran so fast. Um, the other characters can't keep up with her in pure speed, but since she has to continuously move and run in order to do the pulses, other characters were much better at farming because they did more consistent damage and didn't rely upon the pulses for the damage, right? So, Epic Volley with her water walking thing that left puddles all over the ground that just melted everything, and the water orbs and shit that she shot everywhere was she. If you had enough skill cooldown and skill duration, you could literally just infinitely surf, and everything just died. You would literally just walk in, you would literally surf in a circle, and everything would spawn and just die on the water. It was much better than running a bunny in a lot of situations. Like, not always, but in a lot of situations, she was better than Bunny. But like I said, Bunny was better at long distance running speed wise, right? Getting from point A to point B as fast as possible to spawn bosses, she was better at. But the water lady was way better. Yeah, I think that's Volley. I think that's the one I'm talking about. I don't know if her name is Volley or whatever, but she was the water lady. It's Surf. I'm pretty sure she had an ice shot too. I'm not 100%. I could be wrong on this. Um, but the poison lady, the new like the base poison person was like okay, but the ultimate form of her was cracked. Like it had like heat-seeking poison bombs that would just blanket the entire screen like a fucking stealth bomber came through and unloaded their entire bay doors of just everything. Everything was just poisoned everywhere. And it just fucking it was nonstop. It just threw shit everywhere. And everything just died. It was crazy. Let's look. What was her name? Thera. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hello, everybody. It's your boy N here. I'm coming at you guys with that is with. So there's only.
All right. So I don't really want to show like stream or anything, but like this is the poison girl when she got changed. But do you see how there's poison all over the ground? He put like one button and there's just poison everywhere. Everything just dying. You see what I mean? He shoots like one thing and there's literal poison everywhere. You see how busted that is? He just shoots it off the side of the screen and just everything's poisoned. It's everywhere. And they don't have to do anything. It's fucking stupid. Absolutely stupid. Now this guy is playing kind of cracked out of his mind. He's obviously been playing this game for way too long. But yeah. Anyway, like this guy's actually cracked out of his mind. He's been playing way too much. But yeah, it's cracked. Actually cracked. Buggy tree, yeah. I had a lot of problems with that game. I thought it played well, but it needed a lot of polish. Like I said, I think that the dungeons and the quests should scale with the amount of people that are zoned into it. I thought that the grapple was a little finicky, and some of the movements were very finicky. Yeah, the hitboxes were really off. Like one of the things I really despise about shooter games is if you're standing behind a rock and your cursor can point at something, right? If you pull the trigger, it should not hit the rock. If you can see the person in your crosshair, it should not hit the rock. It was a fun game. I'm not gonna lie, it was a fun game, but the grind got tedious very quickly. It got really boring and really tedious very quickly. And it quickly got to a point where it didn't feel worth playing the game. Because like at the end of the day, like I just spent 25 hours farming to craft a character. Cool, now I got this character. But what did I really get out of it? Right? I didn't create this character in a sense of being able to tank a raid boss or to heal or to do anything of value in the game. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. The game was fun until you realized the only thing to do was to unlock characters and guns and like cards and stuff, right? Like the things that go inside your gun and your character. Other than unlocking the characters and building their builds, there was nothing to do. There was no raids, there was no professions, there's nothing to fucking do. That's that's where I was just like, yeah, there's no point in playing this game. Like it's a good palate cleanse, it's a good just turn your brain off and melt stuff. But at the end of the day, it was just not worth playing because there was no substance, right? But yeah, that poison lady was fucking cracked out of her mind. That shit was nuts. We are going to finish the jeweler today. We're gonna get the journeyman jeweler and metalsmith done today, and then tomorrow we will work on expert. Unless we have the materials on us, we might have a bunch of materials. Nah, we don't. Okay, we have like very little iron, very little gold, so we'll have to go and farm some of that. All right, so that's done. All right, time for jeweler. You probably did skills. There's a handful of people from the chat that I met when I was streaming First Ascendant. You saw it says you started following back in August of last year, so you've been here about a year, a little over a year now. I never realized that you had like an anime character as your Twitch icon. Yeah, but we have there's a few people that came in around that time period, like Deathbox. He streamed occasionally playing First Ascendant, and I met him playing First Ascendant, and we played a little bit together. A few other people, can't remember off the top of my head too, but yeah, that was like I said, it was a good time. It was okay. I didn't hate it per se. It just was lacking. It was hella lacking. It just could have been so much better. What is that weird? Like, yeah, what the fuck is that noise? So annoying. Yeah, I don't remember the story. I don't remember any story, honestly. Bro, I wasn't even doing like I mean I was doing that, but I was like I was farming those missions where it's like, oh, you have to wait for the boss to spawn, and then you kill the boss, and then you have to wait for the boss to spawn, and then you kill the boss, and then you have to wait for the boss to spawn, and then you kill the boss, and then you have to wait for the boss to spawn, and you kill the boss, and you're farming up those like spheres, to then go and put the spear in a thing to spawn a boss, kill a boss for a chance at the item you're looking for, and you needed 50 of them. It's, oh, or you needed the stealth character to do the stealth portion of it to get the specific sphere because you needed to do it in the stealth mission to get the specific sphere, and you needed like 100 of those because you only had a 20% chance to kill the boss with the sphere to get the item you were looking for, but you needed like 100 of those items. It just, bro, it was, oh my god. And then once you got all those items, you needed to go get the other 4 items to craft the one item. And that was one out of the 4 items you needed to make the one character. Oh my god, bro. It was awful. Absolutely awful. Could have been a great game though. Like actually, like low key could have been a phenomenal game. It's just it really missed the mark. Really, really badly. Uh but it's fine. I mean, that's the same thing with Throne and Liberty too, man. Throne and Liberty was a good game. It just really missed the mark with the gearing system. Like they forced the gearing to be locked behind guild oriented like stuff and weekly bosses that spawn at a specific time and day every week, and then prevented like world bosses from spawning in the middle of the night. So anybody that played in the nighttime couldn't farm world bosses. It was really bad. You know, low key, Blessed is actually on my list that I wanted to try it one day, and I never have. Is it really bad? You talking about this, Blessed Unleashed? I wanted to try this. Oh, really? This looks cool though. Like, it's mixed reviews. I don't know why it's mixed reviews, but this looks cool. Like it's an RPG, MMORPG, free to play, open world. Like it looks good. But obviously this isn't how the game probably plays or looks. Yeah, I mean that's what a lot happened. Like a lot of game companies, they spend the time making something and they get overwhelmed after release that they just don't make anything, they don't do anything, and they just kind of let it die. I don't know. I don't know if that's just like a cash grab kind of style or what, but this kind of feels like a waste that you put all that time and effort into making a game and then you just don't do anything with it after you release it. You out, mate? I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day, your night, whatever it is. And yeah, have a good day tomorrow. I'll be around tomorrow, mate. So hopefully we'll catch you then. I'll talk to you later. Take it easy. Yeah, like I said, I was thinking about giving this game a shot. It doesn't look particularly bad. It is an MMO. It is an RPG. It does have mixed reviews. But I mean, how bad can it be? You can whirlwind. And there's a chicken lady. And there's a bug, snake, dragon thing. And a chibi little healer. I heard about that one. I never played it. Oh, this is what it looks like. So gameplay wise, like it doesn't look too bad, right? Like they have a lot of movement going on with their skills. They have a lot of like I don't know, a lot going on, but not really at the same time. It looks kind of doable. They have some skill checks in there with like hitting keys and stuff, and like some dodging the mechanics. It looks like they have some like Dark Souls esque uh movement. It doesn't look bad. You know, my problem skills is I want games to be played kind of like Ready Player One, but I have a feeling unless VR gets a lot more sensory overriding, I couldn't do it because I would get motion sick way too much. I would literally probably vomit trying to play VR. You gotta shut down and relaunch. I mean, this one's been out since 2021. I don't know. This one might stay up for a little while. I don't know how much longer, but I might stay up for a little while. And and they had a patch note last week. They had patch notes, they had maintenance, they had patch notes the week before. You know what I mean? They're doing weekly patches. Don't know what they're doing in the patches, but they're doing weekly patches. So I mean, I don't know. Worth possibly trying at some point. Maybe. I don't know. From the 261 players, let's go. Hey, I'll be 262. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, maybe we'll make the game great again. You know? Maybe all it's needing is like one good player just to break the camel's back and bring everybody in. You know what I mean? Definitely not me. Bro, Lotro has a lot of people playing it. Lotro actually has a shit ton of people playing it. Maybe not right this second. Yeah, 600 people right now. But I don't think this count. I think this only counts Steam. Don't they have like the standalone? And I don't know if they have console or not. But I feel like there's more than 600 people playing it for sure. It's actually a lot less people than I thought it was going to be. A lot less. I thought it was more like 6,000. That is a lot worse than I thought it was. I'm not gonna lie. I really thought it was much better than this. Never realized the game was so dead. I mean, Steam has been around for a long time. Steam's been around since 2012. It just, no one really plays it on Steam. Like, they do, but they don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what other ways people play it. I don't know if there's console. Because console wouldn't count on this. I don't know if they have their own standalone or however else they connect to it. But I feel like there's more than just Steam. Yeah, that's what I thought. But like I said, I I know there's more than 600 people playing it for sure. That's like the same thing we said about most of the other games too. They probably have their own standalones or they're on console and it only tracks, Steam users on PC. Uh, but regardless, like 600 people is a lot less than I thought because I always run into players. There's always people in chat. There's always things going on. Yeah, like PoE. Yeah. PoE has console, PoE has standalone, and PoE has the Steam client, right? Same thing with Eidolon. I don't know if you play Eidolon skills, but Eidolon has mobile, it has web based, and it has Steam. So like if we look at Eidolon, like Eidolon actually has decent players, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 8,000 people playing Eidolon. But that's just on Steam. That doesn't count people on their phones. It doesn't count people playing in the web browser, anything like that. A lot of people playing it. For Eidolon, low key is a fire ass game. It has its problems, just like any other game. The dev, we're not even gonna talk about, but like I said, has its own problems. It is what it is. You know, we won't get into it. But at the end of the day, it's just like it's a pretty good game. For what it is, it's a good game. It's a great time passer. It's a great like information learning sense like situation where you have to like put the effort in to learn the game, right? To learn the the complexities of it and how to X, Y, and Z, right? There's a lot to it. It's more complex than it looks like on the surface. It's pretty fun and it's pretty chill. Definitely could be a lot better, but it could be way worse. Oh, well, on the upside, guys, we are officially at Expert Jewel Crafter. Oh. So the question is, Dig, tomorrow, before I read that long ass message, um, should I head over to North Downs to see if I can join the guild before leveling this up so I can start doing the rep grinds, or do I need to level up expert halfway first? Or like how does that work? Yo, what VR game? VR games are pretty cool. I don't play VR. Yeah, well, that was the plan, Dig, is I was gonna go up there for the iron anyway, because I needed the gold and I needed the rich iron or whatever. But I was gonna stop by and see like if I could join the guild so I can do my daily, weekly kind of things while I was still leveling up the expert. Uh, and then work my way up from there, you know. That'll be a tomorrow project. But I'll have to head over to Thorin's for the metal stuff. That's the only problem with doing it this way, is I have to go to two different places to do both of these dailies. So I'll have to have like I have to use fast travels to go from Thorin's to Downs. Kind of annoying, but fine. Oh, but when I get to a higher level place, I could access it all in the same place. Oh, I've never heard of Zona. Interesting. Oh, all right. We're almost done with all the crafting, guys, and then, like I said, we're gonna call it a night, and then we'll be on tomorrow. We'll finish up the crafting. I kind of want to push my crafting to my current zone. If I'm being honest, I kind of want to push it to Supreme. Because this is what I'm gathering right now. I'm gathering the Kazad stuff, the chunks, the scarns. Kind of want to push it to Supreme. That means I have to get through Expert, through Artisan, through Master, into Supreme, max out Supreme to get to Westfold, and that's just a lot of professions. I don't think I'm gonna get even close to that tomorrow. Because the main thing that's gonna hold me back is that, like, because now I'm gonna have to farm gold. I need a ton of gold. Because before I needed what 280, right? And it was like 105. If this one is 8 each, and I need 360, 360 times 2 plus 360 equals that divided by 8. I need 135 craps. So I need about 135 to 140 gold bar crafts to be able to finish my jewel crafting. Which I need the same for the iron, which the iron will be easy. If I'm being honest, I already probably have a bunch. Oh, maybe I don't. Oh, I have some. There's one resource I have a bunch of. Oh, it's this one. It's the ancient iron. Farmed a bunch of this up the other day. Uh, but anyway, yeah. So we'll have to farm this up, and then we'll be able to get expert done. Expert's gonna be annoying, but I said it's the gold for the expert, and then when we get to artisan, it's platinum. Same problem. Gonna be the exact same issue. And then master, I think, is the first one that we run. We don't run into this problem anymore. I could be wrong though. Yeah, I am wrong. Okay, so master, we still have the problem. right? Because we have silver, nickel, and iron, but it's all different. Supreme, though, the thing I like about Supreme is it's all the same resource. So I can make gold, I can make copper, or I can make iron, all of the same resource. So I just have to farm the one resource. This is where it becomes easier, Supreme. And then Westfold, I think, is the same problem, same thing. You farm the one resource, and then you craft it into the ingots, and then you use the ingots plus the other things to make the other thing, and so on and so forth. You work your way up to the high grade, and then you make whatever you want to make. So I gotta get Supreme to speed run it, but it's kind of annoying. So I feel like expert, artisan, and master are gonna take us a very long time because they require specific findings of nickel or silver, or platinum or gold. They're just gonna be a pain. We almost done. You're not wrong, Dig. What better VR than IRL? You know what I mean? Like the ultimate game is IRL. Best immersion, the best graphics, you know, best performance, best satisfaction. All right. We're about to finish this up. All right, guys. Well, that is completed. We'll let this finish doing what it's doing. I'll probably trash these items that we made. And then, clear out my inventory a smidgen and whatever. But we're gonna get out of here now, guys. I appreciate you guys. We'll continue on this journey of fixing our professions so we can get to rep farming. Yo, what's this guy doing here? That's just chilling. But I appreciate you guys. Hope you got a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you guys haven't joined the Discord and you want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, ever want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free. And yeah, doesn't he? He looks sick. He looks freaking awesome. Looks dope. I think it's just a cosmetic, but he looks sick. Anyway, but I hope you guys had a good time. If you ever want to check out the VODs, check out the About Me below. Bring you to the VODs. They pretty much upload right after the stream's over. But I appreciate you guys. Help me out wherever you can. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. See you. Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye. Have a good one.